Good job out there. You can stand in the back, but there's also plenty of seats up front. Is everybody, and once we get everybody in and close the doors, we'll call this meeting to order. You're going to do the fire department first. Let's do them first. We'll do the fire department first. There are a lot of people there. Who do I call first? Who do I call them? So if the Boy Scouts could come forward, if all stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And boys, it's also our tradition for you to come to the microphone and introduce yourselves and tell us why you're here.
My name is Stephen Gould, and I'm from Troop 226, and I'm working on my citizenship in the Community Merit Badge.
Welcome.
I'm Nathaniel Hall from Troop 226, and I'm also working on the citizenship in the Community Merit Badge.
Hello, my name is Alex Hall, and I'm also working on the Citizen Merit Badge.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I'm also working on the Citizen.
Chris, before you go, tell us where your troop meets. 226.
Oh, wait, Bridge to Grace.
Good to have you. Let's have a hand for the Boy Scouts. We have a lot of firemen here, and we're not safe if they're here, not on the street, so I'd like to call Chief Ricky Burnett to move forward with recognition of firemen.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to be here. What we want to do tonight is recognize our fire department's 2015 award recipients. But before I do that, I'd like to take just a second and recognize some of my command staff who makes my job so much easier, being able to do what I do. First is my Deputy Chiefs. If you raise your hand, Deputy Chief Tony Popitus, Deputy Chief Paul Piccarilli, and Deputy Chief Robert Rogers.
Let's have a hand for the command staff. Thank you, James.
Also, I have my two battalion chiefs here, Battalion Chief Mike Vickery and Battalion Chief Van Cowan. Thank you. If I could have my Deputy Chief join me up here at the podium, please. Some of the awards that you'll
in the back, there is seating up front.
Some of the awards that you'll be seeing tonight is Firefighter of the Year, Officer of the Year, Employee of the Year, and Fire Chiefs recognition, along with the Medal of Valor, Life-Saving Awards, and Medical Life-Saving Awards. So without further ado, we'll get into it. The first one I'd like to present is the Medal of Valor. This is an award that's unselfish act and heroism and courage that results in life saved. We had two separate incidents of this year. Both of them were people that were in house fires that were unconscious and were dragged from the fires and saved. I'd like to recognize Captain Jarrett Jenkins. Please come forward. Firefighter Mark Gadrix. Firefighter Brent Langston.
The council would like to take photographs, but what I'd like to do is after everyone gets
At the
the
end?
awards, that we're going to come down for photographs. My council loves photo ops.
Okay. Bye for now. Also, along with the Medal of Valor Awards, we have some life-saving awards. There's a lot goes on in a incident on a fire scene. A lot of the people who will not be recognized tonight are those who are there, like our battalion chiefs, our driver engineers, but we also have those that once the people were brought out, these people helped save their life by providing medical attention. And the following people, if you're here, I'd like for you to come up. Firefighter Andrew Riley, Firefighter Milton Cotton, Firefighter Cheryl Dawson, Firefighter Sean Ballasty, Firefighter Darren Johnson, Firefighter Tim Cochran, Firefighter Jamie Lavelle, Captain Brian Wolf, and Firefighter Milton Cotton. Okay, next what I want to present is the departmental awards. These awards are chosen by their peers, all except for the fire chief's recognition. The first award is Employee of the Year. This officer he's an EMS captain for us. He's one of our fire instructors. He's a leader, he's a mentor, and he handles any task that you give him, no matter what it is, and he works until it's done. Our 2015 Employee of the Year is Captain Pabel Troach. Next, we have our firefighter of the year. He is not with us here tonight because he is at work on his other job. But Scott Stroop is our firefighter of the year. Let me tell you a little bit about Scott. He's what we call our firefighter's firefighter. He's respected by all. He works until the job's done. If you got what we call a workhorse on the scene, he is tremendous. You tell him what to do, and he's going to stay there until the job is done. So even though he's not here, please help me recognize Firefighter of the Year, Scott Stroop. The next award is Officer of the Year. This officer leads by example. He works hand in hand with the other firefighters, and then once their job is done, that's when he goes and does his company officer work. There is over 17 or 18 officers that we have, and to get Officer of the Year is a great compliment. And this year I'd like to recognize Captain Jarrett Jenkins. This next award is the Fire Chiefs Recognition Award. This is chosen by the Fire Chief's office by the 4 of us you see up here. This year's Fire Chief Recognition Award winner, he is one of our fire safety educators. He's one of our instructors. He started, along with Chief Pickrell and myself, the Community Risk Reduction Division. He teaches community CPR. He's in charge of our Safe Kids program, North Fulton, that we've just started, which Roswell is the lead agency for. He also is our CERT instructor that you'll get to see tonight, our first graduating class. This year's 2015 Fire Chief Recognition Award winner is Assistant Fire Marshal Chris Cooper. Okay, the next is our Medical Life Saving Awards. We had 5 life-saving saves this year, and by our criteria, that is quite a bit, because in order for the city of Roswell, for us to consider a life-saving award, that person actually has to be not breathing and not have a pulse. So many times we make a difference. I just don't have time tonight to recognize everybody. So the award for the medical life saving, there's a long list of you. So if you're here and I call your name, please come up. It would be Firefighter Chris Martin, Firefighter Milton Cotton, Captain Mitchell Poole, Firefighter Randy Wade, Firefighter Cody Collette, Firefighter Jovan Carter, Firefighter Michael Richard, Firefighter Ken Chadwick, Firefighter Robert Stiles, Captain Jarrett Jenkins, Firefighter Brantley Floyd, Firefighter Daniel Sullivan, Firefighter Thomas Bowden, Firefighter Tim Summerfield, Firefighter Mason Spruill, Firefighter Andrew Riley, Firefighter Jason Cantrell, Firefighter Ed Chelino, Firefighter Mark Licio, and Firefighter Scott Anderson. Mayor and Council, that will be the end of our presentation for our awards. Thank you very much for allowing me up here to present the awards to you tonight.
Chief Burnett, on behalf of all of the citizens of Roswell, I want to tell you that we're very proud of our police department, fire department, and our police department. But our fire department, we have the best fire department, the most professional fire department in the state. I think you can see from the quality of the people. I am extremely happy that we had a great turnout tonight to honor you. So with that, let's all stand up and thank our police department. folks who got an award to come forward by council would like to get their photograph taken with you. So if we'll all come down, council.
Okay.
Anyone who got an award last step we went, just come forward, please. Y'all come back forward.
Everybody.
They're all awarded. Let them all.
Yeah.
Up there in the front, please. You got go around the front. Come on, man.
As far as we can get. We're gonna have to stitch it. Hang on, give it a second. All right, I'm going to start on this side and go this way, okay? The important thing is to always pretend like I'm taking your photo, okay? Here we go. All right, I'm going to do it one more time, okay? Thank you for holding still. I appreciate it. You're doing great. All right, that ought to work. Thank you.
Huh? Cut the guys loose, yeah. Stay for certain.
That's the real reason we're here.
Huh?
We have one
Y'all
more
can go.
fireman.
Paul,
We have
you
one
stay.
more fireman thing to say before
Chris,
the
you
firemen
stay.
leave. Chief
I can
Burnett,
go.
if we get
You can
quiet
go.
for the Chief Burnett. One more announcement from the fire department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I took over as fire chief, you know, a lot of times you come in and there's a lot of changes. When I took over as fire chief, the place was excellent. There was no big changes need to be made. So what I decided to do was to evaluate each department and enhance what I felt needed to be enhanced. Well, when I come across the fire marshal's office, our fire prevention program is the best in the state. We've received awards for that. And so what I wanted to do was get in the community. So we started a community risk reduction division, which is headed up by Deputy Chief Paul Piccirilli. In this, we had several programs I mentioned earlier. The North Fulton Safe Kids, our Citizens Emergency Response Team. I'm so proud of this. We have just graduated last year our first ever CERT class in the city of Roswell. And heading that up, as I mentioned earlier, is Assistant Fire Marshal Chris Cooper, and I'll let him take a second to explain to you a little bit about CERT, and then we'll recognize the CERT members we have here tonight. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you're familiar with the Community Emergency Response Team, we take members of the community, which we could use and utilize in the event of a disaster. We train them on fire safety, fire suppression, disaster preparedness, terroristic acts, all kinds of things that where we could use them to augment our efforts. It's an 8-week program. It requires 2.5 hours each week. To give you an idea, we started out, I think, with 17 people. I think we graduated 12. It is quite a commitment. Those that fell short last time will come back hopefully and be able to complete the class. Not everyone could be present, but we do have some members here tonight that represent our first graduating class. We're extremely proud of them. We could not ask for a better maiden class, if you will, a very diverse group, and actually it was quite interesting that we had 3 husband and wife couples in this group that came to this together. They will represent teams in the community. Once we build this program, we hope we'll have between 150 to 250 members to service Roswell. We're on our way with our second class now, but we have the first class, at least some members of the first class present, and we would like to acknowledge their efforts and their commitment to the city of Roswell.
Please do.
Have them come up.
Would you care to come up?
Let's have a hand for our serve members.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like for just each one of them to introduce yourself, and then again, if I could be so gracious as to have you come down and give us a photo op once we introduce them.
Please do.
Please, come
Gibson's.
introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Diane Gibson.
And I'm Jim Gibson.
We might add that these are all residents of Roswell.
Yes, tax-paying resident.
Hi, I'm Sue Zellner.
Hi, I'm Jay Zellner.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Basim Fakhouri.
Thank you for serving.
I'm Dory Griggs.
Hello, I'm Luella Missy Hudson.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Kevin Hudson.
Good to have you.
And I'm Mark Snoddy.
Mark Snoddy, good to have you.
Mayor and Council, your 2015 first ever graduating CERT program.
Let's have a hand for these folks. So, y'all need to come on this side of the dais. The chief, as we're coming down, I know some other folks might be interested in volunteering for this program. If you could tell them, you can see that you don't have to be young and buff to do this.
Yeah.
So even people like me could serve. So if people want to get involved in this program,
Okay.
how would they do it, Chief?
Mayor, we just happen to have some brochures handy.
So if you'll leave those on the way out, if there's some brochures, if you can pick up a brochure, I'm sure if you want to call our fire department, go on the website. They'd love to have you. Who do we invite forward on this? Could Catherine Jones come forward? I've got a proclamation to read. Catherine Jones. And there may be some more folks with Black History Month that she wants to bring forward. If the committee, Black History Month committee could come forward. Well, there's a lot that we can be proud about in Roswell in addition to that great fire department and our volunteers. And one of the things that I'm proud of that Roswell puts on is the largest Black History Month in the state of Georgia. At least we're going to claim that. And this is the committee that is responsible for it. So I have a proclamation to read before we hear the details. Black History Month in Roswell. Whereas the celebration of Black History Month was begun by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the son of former slaves. And whereas Black History Month has been celebrated nationally in America since 1926, And whereas February was designated Black History Month in recognition of black achievements that greatly impacted American history. And whereas the Cultural Science Services Division of the City of Roswell Recreation Parks Historic and Cultural Affairs Department, working with Volunteer Steering Committee, will host the Roswell Roots Festival of Black History and Culture for the 15th year. And whereas the Groveway Community Group, the Roswell and East Roswell Regional Library, the Southern Trilogy of Homes, the Visitor Center, Zion Missionary Baptist Church, Pastis Restaurant and Bar, the Roswell Historical Society, Pleasant Hill Missionary Baptist Church, and the Kings and Queens chapter of the American Bridge Association are also participating. And whereas the 2016 Roswell Roots Festival includes 6 exhibits and 17 events, including art, cooking, and you can eat some of that cooking, it's not just for show, drumming, a live concert featuring the Blind Boys of Alabama, storytelling, dance, film premieres, a poetry slam, which I love, a pound cake cook-off, and you can eat pound cake at the pound cake cook-off, a film screening, a bid whist card party, and more. And whereas the Roswell Roots Festival celebrates and contributes the contributions of Roswell's African American citizens, both past and present. Now therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim all of February 2016 as Black History Month, and I encourage you all to get involved. February is a bright month and a wonderful month in Roswell because of Black History Month, and let's hear from what we're doing this month. Let's have a hand for these people.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor and council members. I'm Catherine Jones, the Cultural Services Manager with the Recreation Parks Historic and Cultural Affairs Department. And I'd like to introduce you to some members of the Roswell Roots Steering Committee. We've got Letitia Ruffin, Mike Harris, Mary Lucas, Gail Bohannon, and Maggie Davis. Sally Hansel. Sally Hansel. Y'all know her. We're really excited for this year's Roswell Roots Festival, now in its 15th year. This year we're bringing back many old favorite events, but also some brand new ones. The festival will kick off this Sunday, January 31st, with the Unity Concert at Zion Baptist Church, featuring the Shades of Pink Breast Cancer Survivors Choir. And folks can visit roswellroots.com for a full list of events, which is also included in the brochures. And we'll give you some of those right now.
Great. Thank you. Let's have another hand for these folks. Thank you. And we're going to leave some brochures at the back, and you can go on the website and find this. And it has a bow tie. Thank you so much. Or it's maybe a ribbon, but I'm going to call it a bow tie. Well, yes, a picture. Absolutely. Come on, council. Y'all need to volunteer for CERC.
Okay.
Thank you. One more hand for volunteers. One more proclamation. As a local government official, I believe that the real work in government is not done at the national or the state level, but right here at the city level. When there's a fire, the feds don't show up, it's your local firemen. When you've got trouble with your garbage, it's the city of Roswell. And those governments in Georgia are associated through the Georgia City County Management Association. And I am proud that this year, the president of the Georgia City County Management Association is our own city manager, Kay Love. Kay, stand up, let's have a hand for Kay Love. So with that, it's my honor to read a proclamation recognizing the 60th anniversary of the Georgia City County Management Association. Whereas the Georgia City County Management Association is the recognized affiliate organization of the International City County Management Association, ICMA. And whereas the organization, originally founded in 1960 by a small group of managers in professional development, has grown and expanded its membership to include Georgia cities and county managers and administrators, directors of regional development centers, and their principal assistants. And whereas the GCCMA membership represents several state agencies in addition to representatives of the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia and the Georgia Municipal Association. And whereas the GCCMA is revered as the premier association of professional local government leaders building sustainable communities to improve lives across Georgia. And whereas the GCCMA's mission is to create excellence in local government by fostering innovation, collaboration, mentoring, networking, continuing education, and other professional development opportunities. And whereas the GCCMA provides a variety of membership services, including a coaching program, educational conferences, and programs emphasizing special issues of interest to general Georgia managers. And whereas the GCCMA members have access to multiple training programs on special subjects matters as part of GCCMA's commitment to continuing professional development. And whereas the GCCMA has assisted professional local government managers in all areas of the state of Georgia in obtaining continuing education experience through scholarship and intern programs, now therefore I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby recognize the Georgia City County Management Association's 60th anniversary, and I encourage you to recognize them also. Let's have a hand for Kay Love and the GCCMA. Thank you, Kay Love. And I have one small piece of business on my agenda, and that's the nomination of Monica Hagewood to the downtown, to a reappointment on the Downtown Development Authority. Do I have a motion to approve the nomination?
Move to approve the nomination.
Motion by Kent Eigelhart. Is there a second? Second. Second by Nancy Diamond and Jerry Orleans. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. If I missed somebody's second, I apologize. Don actually made the second. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. And I want to skip to, usually our city attorney goes last, but I know we have a lot of people here on his agenda item. So, Mr. City Attorney, if you will call item number 10.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on my agenda is approval of a resolution clarifying the term limits for office of Mayor of the City of Roswell. Back in 2010, the mayor approached me about drafting a resolution asking the state legislature to limit the number of terms that the mayor can serve to 3 terms. Under state law, OCGA 1-3-5, laws prescribe only for the future. They cannot impair the obligation of contracts, nor ordinarily have a retrospective operation. Going under that, a question was asked at the council meeting at the time if the 3 term limits would apply to the mayor's existing term. My answer was no. I said it would apply much like a raise that a council would vote for themselves, only to the future councils or future mayor in this case. With that, the council passed the resolution at the time, sent it down to the state legislature. The state legislature crafted language. The language that we sent down basically just said, we asked them to limit the number of consecutive full terms that a person may be elected to hold the office of mayor of the City of Roswell to 3 consecutive full terms. The language that came back was not exactly like that, and basically the language states, the language that the state legislature passed said no person who has been elected to 3 or more 4-year terms of office as mayor shall be eligible for election to the office of mayor. At the time, given the discussion that we had had at the council and the totality of the circumstances, I knew that that was a little bit different than what we had passed from the city perspective, but given the totality of the situation, never thought anything about it not being proscriptive or prospective instead of retrospective. The question has now come up, as most people know, through a lawsuit questioning whether the mayor is eligible for office now and whether that applies retroactively. It's my position that it still applies prospectively. However, in order to clarify the intent of this council when it went forward, I brought forward a resolution asking this, and I asked that this council will clarify the city's intent and ask the legislature to clarify their intent when they change the city's charter. And with that,
Mr. Davidson, would you read the resolution you're proposing this council adopt?
yes, sir. This is a resolution clarifying the term limits for the office of mayor of the city of Roswell. Whereas OCGA 36-35-6 requires local legislation by the Georgia General Assembly on any action affecting the composition and form of the municipal governing authority and continuance in office and limitation thereon for such members. And whereas an Attorney General opinion held that qualification requirements for seeking to hold municipal office must be accomplished by an act of the General Assembly because such requirements affect the composition of a governing authority. And whereas in 2010, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell determined that it would be in the public welfare for the number of terms that a mayor be consecutively elected in the city of Roswell be limited to 3 full terms. And whereas in 2010, the mayor and city council intended that such limitation on the terms of mayor be prospective. And whereas the state legislature passed and the governor signed Act 528, which provided term limits per the city's request, but was not clear on when such term limits applied. And whereas the mayor and council of the city of Roswell would like to clarify their request was prospective in nature, now therefore the mayor and council of the city of Roswell do hereby resolve and call upon the General Assembly of the state of Georgia to enact an amendment to the charter of the city of Roswell, Georgia, limiting the number of consecutive full terms that a person may hold the office of mayor of the city of Roswell to 3 consecutive full terms, provided that no elected terms served prior to 2013 shall be counted towards such limits. And that, if approved, that would be the resolution.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Orleans. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Diamond. Mayor Pro Tem Eigelhart, as there is a motion which affects my position, I think it's appropriate to recuse myself, and so I'm turning over the seat to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll continue the meeting. And we will have a chance for public comment shortly, but do want to offer the opportunity for any council members to make comment. And I'll go ahead and start if it's all right. I think no one can accuse me of being Mayor Wood's biggest supporter. I think that's something that most people would agree. However, we do live in a democratically elected system, and we accept results. So in 2010, as Mr. Davidson just said, the vote at that time, or the motion that I made actually, was that this is going forward. However, we didn't know that there were other options at the time. Don't know what we would have done if we'd known that. But that is where things stand. So, you know, while I don't vote apparently in this situation, I think for the greater good of the city, that is something for us to consider as we move forward. Any other council members wish to comment before we open up to public? Councilman Member Zapata.
Okay, so I have several questions. I don't know if any of those will involve the answer of Mayor Wood. So I don't know in this case what is going to happen if some questions need to be answered by Mayor Wood.
I guess ask the questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
So first I will start saying that we don't have to dramatize this failure. We have to get to the root of this and fix it, not cover it up. It is very important to understand for all the people of Roswell and the business community that regardless of the outcome of this item number 10 is now? Yes, the item number 10 of the agenda, of today's agenda, and the ongoing litigation, that the city has competent and very capable city administrator, directors, and staff that to carry on the different daily operations of the city under the mayor or the mayor pro tem or the city council leadership. During the campaign, I said I strongly believe in check and balance system inside the city hall. Carrying on this strong belief, I would like to be pragmatic, rational, and respectful of our judicial system without interfering and challenging one of our 3 government branches, and rushing to any kind of conclusion without enough objective data, evidence, and mayor would respond to court that will support a political outcome and decision. At this point, providing a resolution to request a modification to the charter section CH 3.50 that currently have an ongoing pending litigation will not have any impact into this litigation. The court will rule independently the legality or not of the said ongoing pending litigation after the 30 days Mayor Wood requested to the judge to respond. Saying that, I have several questions. First question is, what is this failure?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is this failure? Or some people will call it mistake.
I wouldn't say it was a mistake. All it is the way that it's written, it's unclear. Given the totality of the situation at the time, if it's anybody's mistake, it's mine. It's not anybody else's but mine, because I'm in charge of seeing through the legislation as it goes through. Given the totality and the way that we sent it down, when I saw that legislation, to me there was no question. There still is no question of the intent of council and the intent of the language. Okay. Now the language, if I took myself out of being here at that time and just read the language, I can absolutely see whether it's being unclear. So, you know, this is simply asking them to clarify. So if there is any blame here, it's my blame.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. The second question, when was discovered the failure for the first time?
When we got the lawsuit? Or when the mayor? So 6 years after it was enacted.
So it took 6 years to find out the mistake or the failure?
Right.
Okay. Question number 3. Who is responsible for this failure?
Again, that would be me.
Okay. Why, in 2010, the discussions and resolution did not include an effective date?
Well, the council doesn't have the ability to effectuate the change. So there would be no effective date from the council's perspective. The state has to change that, and we simply request that they change that. There's an effective day on the state law, and that's the day the governor signed it. So if you want to go with that, that's why it would be effective then. The question is whether they made it retroactive or, like most laws, is prospective.
Thank you. Who approved the eligibility of the candidacy in 2013? So I have so many questions, but this issue is very complicated and I have to understand all the different angles.
There was no question about the eligibility in 2013 when the mayor ran. When he qualified, there was no challenge brought. You have 5 days after the election to bring a challenge. Nobody brought that challenge.
What was your understanding about retroactive back then?
Again, like I said earlier, to me, the law was prospective, the way that we sent it down to the legislature. And given the totality of our minutes, what we discussed in the meeting, my discussion with council, what was sent down and what was passed, basically I thought that it was prospective. I still believe that it's prospective.
And I guess this question is more for mayor. That Mr. Mayor, will you be planning on running for mayor in 2017 for your 6th term? He needs to answer this question.
Okay, he's obviously not here. I'm not sure that it's relevant for what this is today.
Okay, so he's not here, so he cannot answer the question. Okay. So another comment that I have that is making political this ongoing legal litigation is very responsible. Just made more anxious this city council, the residents, and the business community. Okay, I'll have my question this minute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Palermo?
Thank you. So this has definitely been an interesting situation. So I've been thinking about a lot of different parts of it that I wanted to bring up and discuss. And really, one big piece of that is whether you really like Mayor Wood or really do not like Mayor Wood. That is A, not the situation, what's going on here, and B, I also really want to point out that whether you like him or do not like him, he loves Roswell. So I just want to make sure we get that out of the way, because that's not what's being discussed. That's not being questioned. I think anybody that sees him and gets to see what he's doing, he definitely loves Roswell. And again, that's not what is up for discussion right here. Another thing I want to bring up that, interestingly enough, I feel is actually not part of the discussion right here is whether you are in favor of term limits or whether you are against term limits. That is actually not in question here. Roswell has term limits on being mayor. I'm glad that it does. I believe that it should be. I feel we should take it further, and hopefully we will take it further and give consecutive term limits to council as well. But really what's being right here is the fact that there are term limits, and just how they were applied, how they came up, and how they were affected, whether retrospectively or prospectively. And with that, into Councilmember Zapata's point, I want to address that in my understanding and my feeling is that we would not and we could not undermine the judicial branch, in the sense that a law was set, a law will be followed, and anything that's discussed here or voted here is not going to retroactively change a law or make someone following or not following a law. So that's the way I've seen it as well, which makes me then wonder, is this a little more of a symbolic vote? In which case, from a symbolic standpoint and just an overall standpoint, something that I have been thinking about is really wanting to unite Roswell, bring Roswell together, and really put this episode behind us. And that's something I'm questioning, that's something I'm discussing, because at the end of the day, there are some very important things that we need to accomplish. And what I'm looking at and what I'm questioning at is how do we make sure we're not overstepping our judicial branch, and at the same time focusing on really the big changes that voters discussed, voters showed us recently. Because again, I'm someone that is very for term limits, both for mayor and council, and at the same time I want to make sure we're not getting distracted and focused on really bringing about the most change and the most well-being for the people of Roswell. And it is disappointing to see that there was a campaign pledge in the 90s that led to discussion in 2001 meetings for the mayor himself trying to push for the term limits, and it took this long. But that being said, I think what I don't want to do is see us get too much of a distraction when we're not going to have the effect that when we cannot have an effect that the justice system will have. So therefore, I do want to see how we can come together and get behind this and get at this behind us. So that's just what I wanted to mention and bring up to the public as my thought process as we welcome the rest of council's thoughts as well as the public's thoughts.
Councilmember Orleans.
I agree with Councilmember Palermo on putting this behind us and moving forward in a positive way for the city. Basically, to me, in the question of us doing something or the courts doing something, this is a local issue. It was originally passed by this council I think if you read the minutes, the intent and the direction of the council, as Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Eichelhardt said, was very clear. With the start date being after that term, the election was certified, and I think our voters spoke by voting for the mayor in 2013. And I think that we should pass this resolution just to clarify it with the state legislators to get it adjusted based on what the intent was originally in 2010. And as was said, move on in a positive direction and put this behind us. Thank you.
Councilmember Horton.
I feel at odds with this particular situation because I firmly believe in term limits, and we'll be bringing forth a resolution for term limits for City Council as this year goes on. I am concerned that we have people that have been in office for a significant period of time, and even though the mayor was reelected, he was reelected unopposed. One of the reasons that oftentimes officials are unopposed in an election is because it's very difficult to unseat an incumbent. That said, that's not so true recently. But the fact is, the incumbent always has an advantage. So having term limits allows for other people the opportunity to serve their communities, and so I firmly believe in that. That being said, I'm also concerned about what turning this resolution down, what effect it would have on the city and the confidence that people have in the city. So I'm a little bit conflicted with that. I think it's important for everybody here to know that the current council and the new council members particularly had nothing to do with that resolution back in 2003. And we've been put in a position, a very difficult position of making a decision, and all of us that were running said the same thing: we want to have term limits. So in this particular case, we're being forced to compromise our principles just because the situation has arisen because of a misinterpretation of our intent. And as I said, I've read the minutes and I've listened to the tape, and it's clear what the intent is. I don't know of many laws that are passed that are retroactive unless you're referring to tax law. And tax law, typically, there may be deductions that are expiring, and or some other type of tax benefit that's expiring, and the legislature typically makes those retroactive 1 year. Making this retroactive to 2003 seems to be a little bit of a bother to me. In any case, that's all I wanted to say. Just know that I'm conflicted with the decision here.
All right, and Councilmember Diamond.
I was here about a week when this happened, so I remember very vividly, because I was listening and barely speaking at that point. You know, if you've listened to the minutes, you're not hearing me. There was no question. It was not a debate. And I think that the concern here is not about affecting the lawsuit or any of the, you know, that's not for us to do, but it's about letting our legislatures understand what our intent is, and that it's unequivocal, because apparently there's some confusion down there about what we think. So I think, you know, what we said it at the time, there was no question, there was no debate, there's no question or debate now. But I don't see the harm in reaffirming that for our legislators so that they are reminded of how it went down and what our intent is, because they don't always hear that. And I think it's important for them to hear from us. It is a local issue. And voter intent should be premium here. That should be the number one factor. And I appreciate that it's a new issue for some of these council members, but this is not the first that you're going to run into. There's a lot of things that have a lot of history that came before all of us, and you have to address it. And I just don't think there's any question, but I'm anxious to hear from the public.
Councilmember Zapata.
So adding on Councilmember Horton, yeah, unfortunately, three of us were new here, and we've been asked to make an interpretation of the intentions made by other city council members in 2010. So will be almost like subjective speculation to go ahead and do the interpretation of the intentions made by other people 5 years ago. Another question I have for the city attorney regarding the resolution proposed. I want to make clear, with year numbers, what does it mean approving this moving forward? 2013, moving forward, when is going to be finally the 3 years, 3 terms limit?
This would be the first term, 2017. He would be eligible to run for the second term, and then 2021 would be that would be his last eligible time to run, if elected again.
And this will be giving what, an extra 2 years of today, or what was supposed to be, or before this resolution proposed?
No, it's the same. He's elected until 2017, so this term would just continue on.
Okay.
So this would be the first of the 3.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I would like to move on to public comment. I thought it was important for us to have both a motion and second, which we have, and then for you to hear the general thoughts of the council before moving into public comment. A few things that we do have a 5-minute time limit for speaking. When you begin, the green light will come on. There's a yellow light at 2 minutes and a red when it's time to wrap up. Would like to ask that each of us, both speakers and those in the audience, respect the speaker and each other as we go forward, and that we do our best to not repeat the same thing over and over. That's something that we've tried to do in other meetings. I know that's difficult to do even for us. But we definitely want to have as much public comment as you would like, but again, to try and keep it under those conditions. And we'll call those who would like, but if you, as best you can, after the couple are up, if you don't mind coming down to the front row here and sitting on the side, it would help. There's a seat for about 3 people there, so as time's coming, so we don't have to get everybody coming from all over. But I saw the first hand, and we'll let Mr. Dorvey go if you like. And also give us your name and address, please.
Good evening. Is this on? Okay. Good evening. I'm Steve Dorvey, 1605 North Cliff Trace in Roswell, Georgia. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our newly elected officials, and I'd also like to thank those who've served. I was in your spot for 9 years and I had a blast. I also limited a term. I beat a 24-year incumbent. And this is relevant, believe it or not. It's not just a war story. When I got elected, an old, crusty woman came up to me and she said, "Councilman Dorvey, there are going to be people that are your friends that are in favor of it, and there are going to be people that are your friends that are against it, and you, son, have been hired to vote." And I specifically mention that because I don't think you're being asked to undermine the court. If they want to go get an injunction against this resolution, they can. You are being asked whether or not you're going to affirm the votes of the citizens of Roswell who elected an official by a majority vote. And I don't think that's complicated. I am very, very, very concerned about process. And I was so pleased to hear Councilman Palermo say, because that's absolutely right. You run, if you win, you serve, and you do your best for the city. If you lose, you try to stay out of the way and let the city come together. I have won elections, I have lost elections, and I have tried, particularly after losing, to stay out of the way. You know, Jerry Wood ran on term limits, and he broke that promise, and Jerry knows it because I teased him about it. But the fact of the matter is, everybody knows that this statute was to go prospectively. And I think that this council should go ahead and affirm what the voters decided. Otherwise, you are telling the legislature, you're telling the court, even though this guy ran and got a majority of votes, that for some technicality, he's going to be thrown out of office. And I don't think the voters of Roswell want that. That is subverting the process. And therefore, I encourage you to support this resolution. I encourage... I've now gotten more applause in the last 30 seconds than I got in 9 years on the council. That is pretty much it. Everybody who was on the council said they intended it to be prospective. I don't know if you've talked to the ones that were on the council. I think they intended it to be prospective. You're all political animals. You're I can't imagine if somebody didn't want, somebody wanted to run for mayor, they wouldn't have pointed out that Jerry was outliving the term limits years ago if that was in fact the case. But going back, I really think democracy should prevail here. This is not a tough decision. If Michael Litton wants to get his attorney and pay his attorney, go get an injunction, he can do that, and God bless him. And I think the judge, I'm not going to go all lawyer on you. That's what he will have to do. But please support this resolution, support what the citizens of Roswell voted to do, and do not abstain, do not defer to the courts, because that's not what you're elected to do. Thank you.
I'm not intentionally picking former council members or candidates, but they happen to be sitting in the front, so I'll call on Councilwoman Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Becky Wynn, 9745 Terrace Lake Point, Roswell, Georgia. And please excuse my voice, but I had major oral surgery about 10 days ago, and I'm still kind of swollen. I'm just going to take about a minute. I just want to affirm what Council Members Nancy Diamond, Mayor Pro Tem Eichelhart, and Council Member Orleans just said. I was here in 2010 when this came in front of council. There was no debate. It was a small discussion if it should be retroactive or start at 2013. And it was 2013, no doubt about it. And I think this resolution needs to go down to the state to show that we are united behind our mayor and that we're united as a city and that we're not fractured. Yes, we have new council members on board, and I wish them the best of luck because you're going to need it. I was up there for 8 years, and you needed all the luck because let me tell you something. One day, somebody's going to say you went to the dark side, and it's not going to be pretty. But please, let's show the state legislature that we are united on this issue. There was no doubt in 2010. There should be no doubt in 2016. Thank you.
Mr. Spencer, former Fire Chief Spencer, and candidate Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What a mess. But I think we can straighten this out tonight, or you can. I heard the comment that you just got elected and that happened before you got here, but tonight you have to deal with it. And I have trust in all of you that you'll make a good decision. Let's not give the mayor, the Roswell, citizens of Roswell, and the city council a black eye over this. We, the people, all these people out here voted Mayor Wood in. They voted you folks in. We have that right to say who gets voted in and who doesn't. There was a big change this past year. It happened. Let's get over it. Let's move on. Tonight, do the right thing. I worked for Mayor Wood for 10 years, and I worked for Pug Mabry many, many years as a firefighter and the fire chief in this town. I have never had a better boss than Kay Love and Jerry Wood. They respect you. They do nothing but good for this city. Any vote that you take up there other than affirmative to move this forward is just unheard of as far as I'm concerned. Please do the right thing. Send this down to the people that need to see it. I hope that they're listening to what we're saying because this is our city. It's not their city. It's our city. It's your city. And Mayor Wood is our mayor, and let's keep him there. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council people. For the record, Alfredo Ortiz, 59 Vickery Street, Roswell, resident for about 12 years. First of all, before I get started, I want to thank all of you for your service. It's not easy doing what you do. And I also want to thank City Attorney Davidson for taking accountability. That was a screw up, and we appreciate the fact that you took that accountability. And we also appreciate Mayor Wood for everything that he has been doing. Some people like him, some people don't, but that's irregardless. He has served well, and he has served dutifully to the city. And we have grown, and we have made great progress because of that. And we'll have an opportunity to vote him in or keep him on in 2017, and the citizens will have the opportunity to do that. But right now, it appears a resident of Roswell who ran for mayor once before and did lose, now has decided somehow is representing me and the rest of the nearly 95,000 residents of Roswell. And first of all, he doesn't. And that I want to make sure. And right now, I am quite upset overall because the fact that we are even spending this time instead of trying to figure out how we can solve some of these cities' largest issues is a concern of mine. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a very clear-cut case, a very clear case overall. Councilman Orleans has stated for the record also his intent, and have other council folks here have stated their intent as well, and has been reaffirmed also by former council member Becky Wynn. So right now, the concern is that the Georgia Secretary of State even, if you think about what their role in all of this is as well, they have an elections division. They affirmed Mayor Wood as a eligible candidate for that mayoral race, and even the compulsory requirement of the 5-day posting came and went, and nobody said anything, and it continued. And only 6 years later does somebody actually have an issue with it. And I think that's a real shame that we've gone through this type of proceeding to try to get to a very clear determination of what we need to do here. This is obviously what I consider, I think, a personal vendetta, unfortunately, and things happen. Frivolous lawsuits in this country, unfortunately, happen. I wish we had a loser pay type of situation in this country or in this city or state. We wouldn't have these types of frivolous lawsuits. But right now, I do ask that the City Council consider passing the resolution. And if by the off chance for some reason this doesn't pass, and this does go to the courts, I would also ask that the City Council and the City Attorney vigorously represent the mayor and the City of Roswell, because this is giving us a black eye. There's a lot of companies that are moving. We've seen those. We've seen one move from New Jersey, Mercedes-Benz, and they chose not our city. But there are many other companies that are looking to move, and we have an opportunity to bring some of those and jobs here to the citizens of Roswell. But this kind of stuff doesn't make it attractive. And so I ask that you guys seriously consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Fleck?
Lee Fleck, 435 North Pond Trail, Martin's Landing. I would like to put a few items into the record this evening. First of all, I want to read the resolution, which I doubt many of the people in the audience actually have read it. So we're going to skip down to the resolution that was accepted by the City Council on January 20th, 2010. I'm going to skip all the whereases and get to the main portion of that resolution. Now, therefore, the mayor and the City Council of the City of Roswell do hereby resolve and call upon the General Assembly of the State of Georgia to enact an amendment to the Charter of the City of Roswell, Georgia, limiting the number of consecutive full terms that a person may be elected to hold the office of mayor of the City of Roswell to 3 consecutive full terms. It's very simple English. I think anybody who reads it can understand what it's saying. I further want to put into the record the minutes of the City Council meeting, July 16, 2001. The agenda item was number 3, and it was a resolution regarding the number of mayor's term limits. The Assistant Attorney David Davidson referred to previous questions regarding term limits for mayor and the result of legal department's research on the question. Assistant City Attorney David Davidson read the resolution. Mayor Wood noted the term limits is for 3 terms. Mayor Wood explained that he had earlier proposed 2 terms. However, he changed the resolution or the recommendation per a council member suggested, and he accepts the suggestion. This is in 2001, the mayor recommended 3 terms. Mayor and council comments. Mayor Wood expressed his opinion that term limits were in the public welfare. He stated there are a lot of reasons for limiting terms. He noted the incumbent has an advantage due to the lots of publicity, and it is hard to dislodge an incumbent. I'm going to skip forward to the results of the vote on that resolution. The vote on the amendment, there were 3 council members for and 3 council members against limiting terms in 2001 to 3 terms for the mayor. To break the tie, Mayor Wood voted in favor of the 2-term limit. I stand corrected, the 2-term limit. The amended motion to approve the resolution stated 2-term limits carried 4-3. In 2001, it was decided 2-term limits. In 2010, it was decided 3, and now you want to change it now to what? Indefinitely? For the next 12 years? This has come before the Judicial Committee of this state, and it will be resolved there. What you do tonight is irrelevant. It has already gone before the State Judicial Committee, the Superior Court of the state of Georgia, and I strongly recommend that you decline the proposed amendment when you consider the discussions and the resolutions that I have brought forth in the record tonight. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Manuela Davis of 475 Frenay Circle in Roswell, Georgia at 30075. Welcome the new council members, and for some of you who know me, I was not born here in Roswell. I moved here 27 years ago. I have made it my home, and I have loved Roswell as much as other people who grew up here, such as Jerry Wood. Before Jerry Wood, our mayor was a long-term mayor and has done many wonderful things, including building this fabulous building. And Mayor Wood has also, under the leadership guidance with City Council and many of the commissioners, done some amazing urban improvements to this town, and including getting people to build the biggest privately funded handicap baseball field here in Roswell that is being constructed right now. The green space outside this wonderful building, which has not been seen for many years because the building grew up, the trees grew up, is going to be cleared thanks to Monica Hagewood, who has City Green, a project called City Green, and it's about to happen, which hopefully you all will be in favor of. I'm very happy to say that Roswell is my home, and if any of you listened to the 26 minutes of discussion from the 2010 City Council meeting, it would be very clear to everybody, not just to me, that the intent was to not go retroactive with this, I can't think of the word,
resolution?
Thank you. So I am in favor of Mr. Mayor going forward for 3 more terms, as that is how it was intended to be to start with. Thank you.
Again, if there are others who'd like to speak, please come forward for the next 2 or 3.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, Reverend Neville Billy, Senior Pastor of the Church in Roswell, and represent the coalition of ministers in the city. I've been a resident for 17 years and have seen the city grow immeasurably in terms of its infrastructure. Much can be said about the resolution that was passed in 2010. We look at the intent and we look at, first and foremostly, the mayor calling for it, as I recall our attorney mentioning, and it was then put into place. Given that it was taking a little time to be called upon, he could have kept quiet about it, but he called for it, and that's number one. Number two, we look at the fact that under his leadership, to date, we've had such a great track record which speaks for itself of how he's helped establish the cities. And I've traveled to about 33 states, and I'm so attracted to the city simply because of its fiscal responsibility, which I believe that was established under his leadership, as well as we look at just the balancing of the budget and so many developments that took place under his leadership. But moving forward, I really believe, as I speak with many that came tonight to support Mayor Jerry Wood in the role that he's played, that yes, we follow the law. We're not rewriting the law. We're looking at the original intent. And many of us say many things that are not always clarified. That's why we have discussions. That's why we have meetings. And I believe this is one of the proceedings that we're clarifying what we discuss. Now, we have new council members here, which we welcome, and we look forward to the partnership and your representation. But there's going to be things that you're going to be saying in the future, or even presently, that will need clarification later on. And we want to make sure that the same principle applies to all in question. So I'm here to say a few things, but to kind of boil it down to the fact that we need to clarify that the law that was intended, that resolution in 2010 was moving forward, not retro, as all laws are generally written, always moving forward, not moving backward. And I'm hoping that the City Council will clarify that to our legislator, because we make the law here, they legislate it there, and it's up to the voters here. And come 2017, and you know, Mayor Jerry Wood is not voted in, he's not voted in. But let's not take away the original intention that the integrity of this City Council has decided upon in 2010. Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, my name is Stuart Mooring. I live at 190 Burkmead Court in Roswell. I have been a resident for 18 years, and it happens that I was at the meeting when this issue arose, and as has been stated a number of times, it was clear to me at the time that this was intended to be a forward-looking resolution, that the clear intention was not to be retroactive, but to simply go forward. And I think truly this will be resolved by the legislature, but I think it is probably quite important, since the issue has arisen, that you, on behalf of us, the citizens, express a resolution to clarify or restate what was intended at that time. Most of you know that I was on staff here for over 17 years, and attended a many number of council meetings, and I used to hate to see issues like this come up on the agenda, because almost invariably it was a distraction. And I had my parochial interests. I had things that I thought were of greater importance that needed to be considered, but they might get lost in the shuffle. And I hope that we can put this distraction behind us and move forward, as I think was the intent of the original resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, my name is Bob Hagan. I live at 10975 Stroop Road here in this great city of Roswell. I have lived in Roswell and have been an active member of Roswell and have been a voting member of Roswell for over 40 years. Now let me say, some people questioned that several years ago. I had an ex that challenged my residency a few years ago. Needless to say, it didn't really matter. But I am here tonight in support of the addendum to this resolution. The people of Roswell have spoken, and the people of Roswell want this addendum to be passed tonight. Our city attorney has said an error was made, clearly stated it is an error, and it needs to be corrected. Jerry Wood did run unopposed. And the residents of Roswell, the citizens of Roswell, had a chance to vote him out or run against him, like many did in the city council here. They had that opportunity, and they voted him in unopposed. I ask you tonight to do what is right and to do what is fair, and let's move forward to unite this city and to unite this community, and let's do the work that y'all were voted in to do. Now, I am proud of this community, and I am proud of Roswell, and I am here in support of this addendum. And I do ask all of these people, if you're in support of this addendum, please stand up. Stand up. Let us hear from you, okay? Council members, I ask you to do what is right, and this is for the will of the people of Roswell. Thank you.
Mr. Russell? And then I'll come back over to this side.
Good evening. My name is, am I on?
Yes, if we could please quiet down.
My name is Janet Russell, and I've probably got you all beat because I moved here in March of 1973. I was really young then, and I'm not now. Because I believe so firmly in the government and country that we live in, I've probably attended more city council meetings than everyone in this room combined. You can challenge me on that, but I'm sure you all know I have a very, very, very good memory.
I should take this chance to quiet the mayor down.
Excuse me, Mayor. No snickering allowed. I believe so strongly in a participatory government. I believe in a government of the people, by the people, for the people who show up. So I've shown up. And as you know, I'm pretty vocal. I'm also very intelligent. I've learned a long time ago that women of my age don't have to hide their light under a bushel basket anymore. We're here to speak up. And that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm in favor of term limits, yes, indeed, for everything from the DDA to City Council. And in fact, this is not a referendum tonight about whether Jerry Wood loves Roswell or doesn't love Roswell or has done great things for Roswell. That's not what this is about tonight. This is about the fact that, and I listened to the audio of Mr. Davison answering a question in 2010 when the mayor asked him, when does this take effect? And he said, with this term. Now, I speak about 4 languages, but English is the one I have a degree in. And the problem is term seems to be confused here. A term is 4 years. A term is not your life. Consecutive terms means there's a beginning and an end to each 4-year period. So when someone says they're limited to 3 terms and it begins now and it's in 2010, it would assume to me to not be retroactive. No, it means that it's starting in the very next year, 2013, you begin your term. So if he's already he's been in office going to be 4 years, it seems to me that it goes to how many terms he had before that. So he can't be the mayor for 7 terms because that's exceeding it. I don't think there's a question about his loyalty or his intent. None of that. That's not up for judgment tonight. We all know this man. We know the good, the bad, and everything in between, just like all of us. We live here in this town. I too have contributed mightily over the years, thousands of hours as a volunteer in probably every facet of this community. I tell people I'm like kudzu. I'm everywhere. And I'm hard to get rid of, just like kudzu. So I would really think that this is more of just a drama, a show. We live in Peyton Place here in Roswell. And the legislature made a decision, and it says 3 terms. And we're a nation of laws, so we need to follow the law. Now, I don't think the legislature is going to change anything because actually the 3rd branch, the judicial branch, is going to decide whether or not the mayor broke the law or not. So I had a question, since the mayor is also an attorney, didn't he read the new law when they passed it in 2010? I'm not an attorney, so I don't speak legalese, but it seems to me that it's pretty clear. So maybe it should have been brought up then if he intended to run again in 2013 to get it changed before he ran. We have a bunch of attorneys on staff. Mr. Davison, I know you, I know the other man too, but it seems to me that you giving your affirmation or not affirmation or whatever is just baloney. It's just baloney. You're trying to send a message that Roswell is all together and all this. It's not. This city is seriously divided right now. And it's not just because of this mayoral issue. I'm on the ground every day with people, and I hear it, and it has nothing to do with the mayor. People are dissatisfied. That is why we have 3 new council members. That is why they spoke. They won in a huge majority.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
So I would suggest that we bring confidence back to the city by letting the judicial department decide.
Thank you very much. Next.
Dave Fagan. I live at 36 Fowler Avenue in Roswell. And I just, going back, I just get a little confused, and I'm fairly new to coming to these meetings. But looking back, I thought that City Council voted on term limits in 2010. So my understanding of term limits shouldn't apply to an individual. Term limits is there to prevent too much power or too much time for one individual to be in power. We're now looking at a mayor that potentially with this resolution can be in office for 7 consecutive terms, potentially, I think, if this resolution goes through. I have no feeling one way or another about Mayor Wood. I think he's done an excellent job. Obviously, he has a lot of support. But I guess I question why we even have a resolution in the first place, a city council resolution that proposes term limits, when we say, okay, we're going to have term limits, but they don't apply to Mayor Wood. That to me doesn't make any sense. And going back to the state saying that he can have 3 more, he can have 3 more terms in office, or two more in addition to this, doesn't make any sense, because again, why going back do we want to have term limits in the first place? And so if we're going to have term limits, to me it would make more sense, if you want to do this, just say we're going to rescind having term limits, because again, the law shouldn't be about an individual, the law should apply to everybody. And it just, again, I applaud Mayor Wood for all he's done, but this doesn't make sense to me. Sorry.
Thank you. And come over to the side, Rich, Mr. O'Donnell. And again, if others would move forward to the front, I would appreciate it. And most everyone has spoken thus far has done it before, so they know to fill out a card. If you have not, there is a card to fill out. We'd appreciate that. So.
Richard O'Donnell, 555 Lakemont Court here in Roswell. those who have heard the audio tape of that 2010 meeting know that there couldn't be anything more irrelevant to this discussion than something that happened in 2001 or anything that happened in previous centuries. That tape is crystal clear, and I know that all of you have heard it, and I know that all of you know what was intended then. Mayor Wood is a friend of mine, but I'm not here because he's a friend of mine. I'm here because Roswell is my home. I care about the right thing. I care about the fair thing. I care about the just thing. And I care that my vote matters, but more importantly, I care that my city's vote matters. Whether or not it agreed with me, this city voted, and voted the mayor in without there being a previous discussion, revelation that it would not be for a full term, and that our decision would be made by some judge or by legislature in some committee meeting rather than by the citizens of Roswell. And so I ask you all to remember, I do disagree with one thing that you said, Nancy Diamond, and that is that this doesn't necessarily change what's going on. One of the other things that I care about is whether or not my tax dollars are being used to represent the mayor in being defended on a lawsuit that I consider to be nothing other than the exploitation of a political opportunity. And that's what we're doing. So I ask that we simply pass this resolution. We let the legislature do the right thing and express the will that we want in our own charter. And hopefully that will affect the lawsuit, no longer make our tax dollars being spent on it necessary, because the point will be moot. Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Hello and good evening. My name is Michael Martin, and I live at 9400 Coleman Road in Roswell, Georgia. I moved here in '74, just missed Janet Russell, '73, but I've been a long-term resident, enjoyed many a hamburger at Jimmy Ray's. That's what Mr. Ray was wanting me to say if I came to the mic. Anyway, I want to give a parable, if I will. We are setting a precedence here in the city that is something that's been discussed nationwide, worldwide for that matter, is term limits. Now, if we were to look at an example of the Congress, and the Senate and the House were to vote on term limits tomorrow, and they've all been in there a long time. We've got some lifers in there. Do you honestly think that they would pass a resolution that would oust them immediately from the Senate and the House? I mean, if they did, they'd be pretty much just shooting their own foot. And I don't think that the mayor nor this council in 2010 were thinking that it would be retroactive, going back in time. And this lawsuit that I see, when I first heard about it 3 days ago, I called everyone I know, and I talked to some people who are on council. One of them is not seated here tonight. She was about to give a press release. So from what she told me, and I surmised from that conversation, that you in fact had no intention of it starting back in 2001. Now, Mr. Fleck, I appreciate you bringing us up to speed about that. That just goes to show you that it's been on the mayor's mind since 2001, knowing that he would eventually have to cross that bridge, if you will, and create term limits. And now, no one in their right mind would create three term limits after they've been in and going into their fourth term. I would think that the judicial system whomever is overseeing the case, I believe I know who that individual is, would use common sense and good judgment to say it should start with the end of his term, as you said, 2013 would be the point at which it begins. So you've already had a show of stands. I'm sure if we asked to show a show of hands, you would get the consensus of this room. I think it may be something to go to the internet, go to the web, go to the roswell.gov site. It's going to inundate you guys with emails. But that's a way for you to get a good vibe of what the citizens want for this city. Ms. Russell, I'm sure you have a good following that you could ask to put their opinion out there. At the end of the day, everyone has an opinion. At the end of the day, it's already in due process. There will be a judge. I just hope it doesn't have to go before a jury. And like the other gentleman said, and take our hard-earned tax money and put it towards what I feel is a frivolous lawsuit. Let's move forward. This could be the greatest opportunity this year for Roswell to grow and show the neighboring communities how we are proactive, we are positive, we are infusing into our political mindset of term limits. We will set a precedence, and let's just move forward from this day forward if we can. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dave McClary. I live at 650 Pine Grove Road here in Roswell. Been here since 1989. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, for being here and the hard work you're doing. Just to give you a little advice, I got my wedding night from an older gentleman about the new council members that are coming on board. He said, get you an umbrella, it's going to rain. This isn't the toughest issue you're going to face, and so I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, but I'll tell you that I was here at that council meeting in 2010 when this resolution was passed, and the clear intent was that it not be retroactive. And so I encourage you to vote for this amendment. And I'll tell you that a lot's been said already about this, and I just reiterate what's already been said. But the opening line of the Constitution, the opening words are "We the people," and the people have spoken on Mayor Wood. And it's not really about him as a person, it's about what the people have spoken and the clear intent of the people. One problem that we have in America today is the courts are running our country. We need to get the legal system out of it and let the people be in charge once again. And so I would encourage you to vote for this amendment. I think it's good for Roswell. It's nothing to do with Mayor Wood, whether you like him or not. But I truly encourage you to vote because I think it's a good move for Roswell to show that we're united. We don't have to agree. That's okay. Johnny Isaacs is one of my heroes, and he respectfully disagrees with people, but he's able to work with them to get things done. And so with all the important issues we have in Roswell today, I think we need to move past this, show united front, and let the legislature make their decision. Thank you.
Now, we have a long tradition in Roswell of allowing everyone to get their words in, so please feel free. However, at the same time, as I've said before, I try to keep it to new subjects. Is there anyone, and I will call on people who are in the front, so is anyone else want to speak? Anyone in the front or not in the front? Raise your hand. That was effective. One question in the front here. Do you want to speak?
I can't speak without a prop.
Okay. To plug in the computer?
The printed one, the one everyone signed.
All right, so Mr. Henderson, would you please give your name and address?
Good evening, Council. I got the same problem I had at Planning Commission. I can't see this thing. Let's see if this thing will actually. You have to switch a button here. Who's controlling that? I just saw it move. Actually, that might work. I don't know if everyone can see it just fine. Anyway, Steve Henderson, 170 Starboard Point. Unfortunately, the notes I had are not on this computer, so I'm winging it from the hip, which is always dangerous sometimes for me. This really shouldn't be a popularity contest here tonight. It should be about just the facts in hand. When I first heard about this lawsuit and the statements being published into the press that that the legislator had made some mistakes, the lawmakers had made some mistakes, I went and actually went back to my own roots and went back to the source document, which is actually this document right here. I did go and listen to all the proceedings. I did look at all the minutes and read all those in 2010 and also the ones that were floating around from 2001 and verified those with the city. And what was bothersome to me when I looked at this, and by the way, just a transparency admission up front. I actually like Jerry Wood and helped the last contentious election campaign, was involved in his runoff and supported him through that in a cast of 3 candidates that ended up in a runoff. A few of my friends quit talking to me as a result of that support for a couple of years, and I hope, well, we've worked through that. Just a disclaimer. So for those that think maybe someone's walking up as a Mayor Wood hater, I'm not. I actually like Mayor Wood very much. I even showed him the respect to call him today and ask him a few questions before I made a decision to appear tonight. What I'm most bothered as I went through the actual source documents and didn't pay attention to social media and the popularity contest that so much rules the day, and I'm always saddened by that, is this document. There's almost more room on the page for the signatures than there is the actual resolution, and the reason for that is it's very simple. One of the gentlemen that stepped up here read it, and it's this part right here. If you can see my finger right here. Now therefore, and for those who have ever served on a board of directors in an HOA, you'll actually find the language of this is simpler than when we amend our own governing documents in an HOA. It's very simple and straightforward. I don't see anywhere in the document where it's specifically outlining an exception for the mayor's current terms or the terms that have been done up to this point. I find it very questionable that our highly skilled city attorney and his staff of attorneys, and the mayor himself, also an attorney, who championed this for, gosh, I think 10, 15 years before it actually got to this point, made a mistake in this document. I think there's a lot of peer pressure that happens when people are on council, and in 2010, you know, if you watch objectively, you'll see a lot of that peer pressure. I don't think anybody really wanted to talk about putting language in here that would be politically distasteful, wouldn't look popular, so it was left alone, and this is what went in. I think to know the true intent, we'll never know the true intent of what was in each council person's head, no matter what they say 6 years later, or even what they said 6 years ago. There were 4 people on the council then that had their eye on the mayor's seat at that point. I think there's probably 3 today that still have their eyes on the mayor's seat. That all factors into what you say on record and things like that. The controlling document at this point, as far as what went to the state, is this document right here. You'll see Jerry Wood's signature right here. He reviewed it. He's an attorney. He signed it. The city attorney and staff, they reviewed it, put it in front of each of the council people. Each of the council people, they reviewed it, they signed it. That was the time to voice the concerns. My guess it would not have been politically popular to point out, hey, we ought to put some wording in here just for one individual. This needs to be for all the people. So I say that with love in my heart for Mayor Wood, but the issue here tonight is really, should this group be tampering with the judicial process in front of us? Let's let it go its course with the judicial process. I think without this group interfering, he'll probably get a favorable ruling anyway. That's where I'd like to see us go. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir.
Jim Coyle, 11765 Highland Colony Drive, Roswell, Georgia. I had expressed to the mayor and all the city council most of the points, so I will not reiterate those. You've already gotten a letter from me concerning my admonition to please fix it, as it were. But as I listened, I couldn't help but come to the fence of a point that I don't think has been well made, and that is that we do have a proud tradition in politics of not climbing out on a limb and then sawing the limb off on the side closest to the trunk. There is a reason why, if you're a criminal, you get 12 members of a jury who are picked, and we go through voir dire to try to make sure they have no interest in the case or conflict in the case, and that is what allows them to render an opinion that is supposedly dispassionate and fair. So in politics, it's normal that you would assume prospective action, because you can't ask a council or a mayor to dispense with their self-interest. And so I think it's only appropriate that you fall down on the assumption that any council would be talking about go forward, so that they could disconnect themselves from the bias they would have for their own self-interest. And I think that is so clear when you listen to the 2010 transcript that, again, I just have trouble understanding why we would not fix a clerical error by having this present council unanimously support a change in the way it's written and recommend that wherever it needs to go to the legislature to say this isn't what we meant. I look forward to becoming friends with as many of you as will be friends with me. I'm involved in Rotary. I know, Don, you're on there now and whatnot. I know there's passionate reasons why you got elected, and we're not here to dispute that, but I can't imagine that this is the hill you want to die on to create dispassionate. There's going to be a lot of issues that really are about the future and the vision of this city. To start the division of this city based on this issue, I think, would be a real mistake. And so I would ask for a unanimous vote, not an abstention, to send this back and get it fixed. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And let me say that I do appreciate everyone paying respect to everyone who spoke, for the most part. I think it went very well, and I think that is a good testament to our city and to the people who are both residents here and those in here tonight, because there are differences of opinion, and I think we did very well on expressing those and being respectful, so thank you very much. We'll come back to the council. Are there additional comments for Mr. Palermo?
So earlier I mentioned my thought process that whether you like Mayor Wood or you do not like Mayor Wood, that is not the issue here. And whether you like Mayor Wood or do not like Mayor Wood, he is someone that loves Roswell. So what I wanted to do is actually tie that back and really appreciate everybody speaking and from both sides. I appreciate everybody that was here speaking on behalf of Mayor Wood. You're doing this not only because you respect what he's done, but especially because you care about Roswell, and I appreciate that. And I ask that you look at the other side the same way, and on the other side I point out the same thing as well, that those challenging Mayor Wood, and specifically not him as an individual, but the amount of terms that he's served, I ask that you do look at it and do see that all of these individuals, what you have in common is you love Roswell, you want what's best, you want to stick up for the residents, and both sides are doing that in the way that they feel is the appropriate way to do what's best for Roswell. So I just want to point out that I really appreciate both sides and everybody saying their point, both through email, through speaking tonight, and all other forms of communication we've seen.
All right, Mr. Zapata?
Yeah, we'd just like to comment on a term that I hear during the different, very nice and from the hard speeches about technicality. This is a technicality. Well, I would like to comment on technicality, because for me, technicality is the law, is the resolution, is the charter, the technicality we're talking about, that being signed by our legislators and our governor. So here, the technicality is what the question here, no one in this city council questioned Mayor Wood, intentions, and great job all these years. No one questioned about that. We're talking about here the law, what the law said. And we're talking about obey or change a resolution or charter. So, so this means that, you know, we don't like it, we just change it. Too bad. I mean, I just want to give you an example. When I came to this wonderful country, I had to obey a law. I had to apply for a green card before even I took a first plane here. And I didn't try to change the law. I just obey the law. If I like it or not was not up to me to decide. So it was a law and I had to follow. I love this country so much, I decided to become a US citizen very proudly. And again, I had to follow a procedure. I like it? No, it was a lot of pages. I had to, but I follow and I obey the law to become a US citizen. So here, the point of the discussion is there is a law that needs to be obeyed, or we just go ahead and change it. So this is my point regarding technicality.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Diamond?
I think it's about respect for the voters. I think it's about respect for the intent. And I have to wonder what the end game here is. What's the purpose? You know, there's a process if you want to contest an election. People do it all the time. We have a process for that. That didn't happen. What is the benefit, even if you're not inclined to respect the intent and the voters' vote? What is the benefit to us as a city for going through this? How does this benefit us in any way? I just don't get it. I understand, I keep hearing, you know, there's a whole list of things that are going down, and apparently this is one of them. And I don't understand what the end game is. How does this help us as a city in any way, shape, or form not to support this resolution? I appreciate that, but I just don't get it. And as, you know, as a parent, you look at your kids and you're like, I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't understand how there's any positive end to this, how there's any positive upside to not supporting this amendment. And I appreciate everybody being here. You know, it's heartwarming to see us come together as a city because it's been a tough few months. Thank you.
Councilmember Orleans.
I just wanted to clarify, there was a speaker earlier that said the minutes reflected Mr. Davidson said it started at that point in time. And I'm reading the minutes here in the very first paragraph. Mayor Wood asked when this would go into effect, and Mr. Davidson replied after the mayor's current term, and that was in the minutes of 2010. And that was the very beginning, and the discussion followed that, and the intent was following that. And again, it's not a matter of whether we're going to have term limits. We do have term limits for the mayor. They're in place. It's a matter of clarifying the beginning date of this based on when the council discussed it, and that beginning date was intended to be and clarified at that point in time to be 2013, and that's all we're trying to do here is to clarify it to our state legislators to get it corrected as a city issue, not somebody outside making a determination for us. We need to just take action and do it ourselves. Thank you.
And one last thought again, that I think, again, I appreciate everyone behaving with respect, and I hope that this is a step forward that we can work together to move our city forward. And with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this resolution, raise your hand. That's Councilmember Orleans, Horton, Diamond, and Palermo. All those opposed or abstaining? That's Councilmember Zapata is abstaining. So that passes 4-0 to 1. Thank you. I had to do that one time, but I wouldn't. But let's take a break for 5 minutes, and thank you for being here. We're on a break.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Orleans to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Horton. Yes, sir. Does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda? I have a hand up. Come forward, sir. If you'll give us your name and address.
Lee Fleck, 435 North Pond Trail, Martin's Landing. I object to consent agenda item number 4.
If a council member wishes to pull it out off on the agenda,
Can somebody stop the clock, please?
Does a council member wish to take number 4 off the consent agenda?
Can we get clarification on? I'll take it off.
It's off. The number 4 is off the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda with number 4 off of it? That is Mr. Zapata. You're voting on the consent agenda. That's unanimous. So if we'll to return to the agenda, the next item is the reconsideration of the city logo. Admin Finance Department, Councilmember Don Horton, liaison.
Sorry. Julie Beckville will present the reconsideration.
Good evening. This agenda item is for the reconsideration of the current City of Roswell logo. At the January 12th Administration and Finance Committee meeting, Mayor and Council asked staff to provide additional information at tonight's council meeting to consider the redesign of the city logo. Staff has identified 4 options for Mayor and Council to consider tonight. Option 1 is to choose one of the other logo designs from the approximately 45 concept designs North Star Destination Strategies created for the City of Roswell during the branding initiative. This option would take approximately 4 weeks. The estimated cost is $2,500, and that includes a work session with Mayor and Council, a style guide for the new logo, and a new color palette if needed. Attachment 2 in your packet includes all of the designs North Star created during the branding initiative. As you can see, there are many different logos that they created for us, and there are quite a few. This last page are the final 4 that were presented to Mayor and Council back in May of 2015. Mayor and Council had not seen any of those other previous logos because they were created during the process, and the Creative Committee picked from those 45 logos these 4 to present to Mayor and Council. And as you can see, the city's current logo is 4B. Option 2 would be to contract with North Star Destination Strategies to create new logo options for the city. This would also include a work session with Mayor and Council, a style guide and color palette based on input from Mayor and Council. This option would take approximately 6 weeks at an estimated cost of $10,000. Option 3 would be to hire a new designer or firm to work with the deliverables from North Star Strategies to create a new logo, style guide, and color palette. This would also include a work session with Mayor and Council for input into the new designs. This option would take approximately 6 to 8 weeks to complete at a cost of $10,000 to $12,000. Option 4 would be for the city's graphic design staff to create a new logo, style guide, and color palette. It would take staff approximately 6 weeks to complete the work. The cost is to be determined depending on how we approach the work involved with this project and staff's current workload. With the input from Mayor and Council at the January 12th committee meeting, staff has created several logo concepts for your review tonight. We base these concepts on keeping a version of the water wheel in the logo, along with the waves representing the river and the green color representing our lush tree canopy. This is our first concept. The first concept is a script version of the word Roswell, with the O represented by a more modern water wheel with the waves underneath it. we always like to show you a logo in context. So here are some concept applications of that logo. The second concept uses vector shapes that represent an abstract water wheel. As you can see, the water wheel also forms the letter R within the negative space. We would use this as the city's mark. Again, we have the waves representing the river and the green color representing the trees and parks. You'll see up here one of the designs is horizontal and the other is stacked. If chosen, we would use both depending on the application. Here are a couple different applications of that logo concept. The third concept again uses a more modern version of the water wheel. This is somewhat similar to the first concept, only we are using a different font in this version. And here is that logo applied in different applications for you to see. These are all of the staff logo concepts that we came up with in the last week for Mayor and Council. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer any of them.
Julie, does this timeline give any kind of, does that include any kind of citizen involvement in the process, or is that
In the
just
4
work?
weeks, it would just be the work, a work session. We put in a month. We figured it would take a month if the city, or if city staff was going to do it to 6 weeks to give us the time to get with council in a work session or committee meeting and have some, if the public wanted to be there as well to comment. If council likes any of the designs that we have done up here, that takes off probably a couple weeks for us because the design is basically done. It's going to be a little time consuming for us to do the style guide. That's where a lot of the work is going to go because, as you know, looking at the style guide for the current logo that we have, there's a lot of work that needs to be done by putting it into context and creating all of that. We would have to do that.
Julie, when was first deployed the new logo on the different places? When was first deployed?
The city's current logo?
The new logo.
The city's current logo was deployed beginning in early September after Mayor and Council approved it during the August committee meeting. I believe it was a committee meeting or a work session. They approved the logo and the tagline during that meeting so that we could put it on the website. We were in development of the website at the same time, and being able to move forward with the website, we needed to have a logo chosen. The North Star Destination Strategies, our consultant at the time, also needed Mayor and Council to make a decision on the logo and the tagline because they had to do the work going forward to finish the project they were working with on for the city. The branding initiative needed the logo and the tagline for them to go forward, finish the style manual, and have all the deliverables to us in October.
And sorry, one more question. And when was this approved by mayor and city council? When was approved by
The logo and the tagline, or the branding initiative?
the logo and the tagline?
I believe the logo and tagline were approved in the August 11th. I'm not sure the exact date. The August committee, admin committee meeting.
No, I'm saying, but the meeting of city council and mayor wasn't December?
December 14th.
Wasn't December 14?
December 14th was when the branding initiative, all of the deliverables were accepted by Mayor and Council. The logo and the tagline was approved in a committee meeting back in August so that we could go forward with the website and North Star Destination Strategies could go forward with the rest of the work that they needed to do for those deliverables.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Orleans.
Julie, one question on the staff logo, Concept 3. You have the tagline in the logo on those pages, and then on the applications, it's not included. So are you saying it would just be included or not included depending on what the logo and tagline were being used for?
Yes, and that would be what you do in the style manual. When you create a style manual, you come up with all of those different things. Where would we use the tagline? Where would we not use the tagline? Where would we just use the R itself, as you see in the
Okay.
in the coffee cup? You can just see the R there. It would just depend on the application.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
I just want to thank you and give credit that, based on the committee meeting we had, that the number of examples that staff came up with definitely seemed to be more in line with what was in the branding initiative from a standpoint of really the brand of Roswell. So I do appreciate that there's been some great renditions more in line with what that consultant's document showed as making Roswell special.
Councilmember Horton, how do you wish to move forward?
Well, I have a couple comments, but I would like to move that we accept recommendation number 4, where staff would actually pursue the logo in a greater and more detailed effort.
Wait a minute. Let me just confirm that that's a motion.
I move to accept the recommendation from staff.
Motion by Councilmember Horton. Is there a second? Absolutely.
So the clarification I'd like to ask, so does that officially, where do we stand with the current logo with the paint? Does that officially make that so that's no longer the one? If we're selecting choice 4, are we as a council voting that one will not be that painted one will not be a logo going forward? That's a clarification question.
That's not part of the motion. Right now, there is an existing resolution of the new logo. You would have to, so the motion, as I understand it, is to reconsider a third logo, a new logo to replace the existing logo. It does not address the status of the existing logo, other than it logically follows that if we adopt something new, it will replace the old, but we haven't adopted something new yet.
Because the reason I asked for that clarification is I wouldn't want to see more time and money spent on the current one if in the next meeting a new one is gonna take.
Well, Kay, can you address that?
Yes, sir. So part of staff's recommendation on this agenda item is to leave the logo that was voted on December 14th in place until a new logo has been approved. However, staff would not deploy the December 14th logo in any further places than it already is today. Obviously, it's on the website, but we haven't, ordered uniforms or the business cards or any of that. That would still be on pause until a new logo had been voted on by council.
Let me clarify the motion, if I may.
Certainly.
I move that we accept option 4, which will task the city graphic design staff to create the new logo, style guide, and color palette.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Horton, second by Councilmember Palermo. I'm going to open it up for public comment, but before I'm going to see if any other council member wish to make any further comments before we open it up for further public comment. Any other comments before we open it up?
I just want to say that I am impressed with the creativity of staff, and thank you for bringing that forward.
Councilmember Diamond.
We have wonderful, talented staff. You don't have to. I'm not going to ask you questions.
Okay.
We have wonderful, talented staff, and I've always believed in their design sense. My concern here is not about what logo we have at this point. It's about the months and months of citizen input. And, I heard a lot about we needed to have local input, and there were dozens and dozens of people, quite a few of whom are in this profession, who were involved, and over a very long period of time. And again, to me, it's about respecting, I don't see anything in here for citizen input. And, I recognize that I don't have a vote here in this, I have a vote, but I don't have any
You
kind of
can,
majority here.
you can make an amendment if you wish there to be citizen input to see if you get a second.
Well, I think it's interesting that the website came on in September, and it went out on the Wynn in Roswell. There are window clings all over town and businesses all over the city. There are people who, there's swag out there with the logo on it, and I've heard nothing but positive about it. I had one email when it first came out that said they didn't like the sign. I heard several others that were like, oh my gosh, it actually represents something with the arts. So it's a very subjective thing. If I thought we could spend 2 years again and come up with something everybody liked, I'd be right there with you, but that's never gonna happen. And we've spent 5 years and 10 months coming to this. It's not new. And why it suddenly became an issue, you can put anything online and say, if you hate this, write somebody, and you'll get a lot of response. That's the world we live in right now. But I'm disappointed that we're not going to have citizen involvement in this.
Are you asking for citizen involvement?
I would love citizen involvement. If we're going to
What
start
I'm
over, I
suggesting
hate
to
to
you is if you
prolong
would
the
like
process.
citizen involvement, you can make a motion to amend the motion to include citizen involvement and be more specific.
I think we have a creative committee of professionals and local residents in this business who are very familiar with the strategy of the campaign, who could speak to what would go the best with that, and I would like them at least to be involved if we're not going to have a full engagement. So I would like
to put that in the form of an amendment.
Yes, I would like to amend the motion to include engaging the creative committee that worked with North Star.
Is there a second to that motion?
Can you read that again or clarify it?
The group that originally, the CVB worked with North Star, and they created, there was the creative committee that was boiled down to a branding executive with UPS, architect design, I can't think now who all is on it, but it's a group of professionals that are local residents in that business, and I would like them involved in the process.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have what I'd like to do is at least to have some direction from council what the motion is before I put it for public comment. So we have a motion, we have an amendment. I'd like to see if any further discussion about the amendment. Any more comments on the amendment?
I would just say, I don't think it necessarily has to be the same creative team that was involved in the first logo. To me, there are lots of professionals in this community that I think we should reach out to if they're willing to volunteer to help. Obviously, if I were to say the number of emails that I got regarding disappointment in the logo, it's about 100 to 1. So,
why don't would you consider this? Let me try to broker a deal. Let's see if we can have an expanded group to give us public input, and we can, as a council, go back and talk about what that expanded group is. But I believe we've got a lot of talent, we've got a lot of difference of opinion. I personally would like to see all of that talent used, and perhaps not limited to this group, but to get to council to have an expanded group, and we can, and perhaps you could come forward. I don't want to delay this thing. I want the wheels to start rolling. Perhaps at, when's our next committee meeting, Kay?
Wednesday.
At Wednesday, we could have a discussion about who could serve on that, and perhaps get a committee approval, and then start the wheels rolling and later get a council confirmation of that. So would that work?
I would agree to that.
So let me see if I can rephrase the motion and see if that's acceptable to the people who made the motion. The motion would be to move forward with the staff redesign, but to also have a council nominated committee to work with them, of citizen volunteers to work with them, to be decided at a committee meeting. On Wednesday. Does that accept, so that's acceptable to Councilmember Horton? Councilmember Palermo, is that acceptable? Yes. Well, then we will not have to vote on an amendment. It's kind of our Robert's Rules of Order shortened. So, does everyone understand the motion? With that, does anyone wish to make any comments before I hear from the public? All right, we'll entertain public comment. I see a hand up. Come forward, please. You give us your name and address. We'd love to hear from you.
Janet Russell, 260 Willow Springs Drive. Thank you. As a person who's been in the tourism and travel industry for 39 years and the president of an international travel organization, I've probably been subjected to more logos and slogans than you can imagine. Some of the best and some of the worst. And I was never invited to be on this committee. And you know I'm here. You know I'm here. But I also know I'm not one of the in crowd. So I'm letting you know, whoever's in charge, I'm here for you. If I don't hear from you, then I know that these are empty words. We paid North Star how much? Anybody know? Ballpark? 100,000, 150,000, 90,000? What'd we pay them?
We'll answer that question. What's your next point?
Well, I'm glad. I hope we don't use North Star, because I used the analogy when I heard you discussing this at your work session. We need to get North Star to get back on that. Well, you know, if I had a plumber come to my house and replumb my house. I hate to interrupt
you, but the motion was to go with staff and not
I
use
understand,
North Star.
but I want to make it quite clear, because what you do in this public room isn't what happens in the back room. Because you just said in August, I think Julie said in August or September, council approved in the back room to go with the other logo and slogan.
Well, I think you're referring to the committee,
in a committee
which
you
is
approved
publicly, what the public is invited to
right.
and the public attends.
Right, and they're
so
convenient.
It was approved at committee.
Right, but it wasn't approved in the city council chamber, is all I'm saying, until December 14th. But on December 16th, the really nice pictorial calendar that you put out was available for distribution with the new logo on it. Now, someone must have worked a miracle to print thousands of calendars in 48 hours with that new logo. So that tells me that for all intents and purposes, from August, you were moving forward with that new logo on printed materials. It's a beautiful calendar. I give it away. I love it. But there was a logo that was approved, as you say, in a public meeting, but yeah, convenient at 5 o'clock when we're all sitting on 400 trying to get home from work. The reason I just want to go on the record is not using the previous one is, I use this analogy. If I had a mechanic fix my car and put in new brakes, and I stepped on the brakes and they didn't work and I killed a pedestrian, I wouldn't go back to the same mechanic to fix my brakes again. It's the same with this. We have spent thousands of dollars, 5 years of time, according to Ms. Diamond, and committee volunteer hours to come up with something. Clearly, I never got one positive comment about that. Not one. I know you think I'm the negative Nellie. No, I'm the sounding board, because everybody knows I'm not a politician. These logos, you have to stop just from a purely information standpoint. Stop putting the word Georgia above Roswell. This isn't the city of Georgia. This is the city of Roswell in Georgia. So you don't put Georgia at the top. Not under any circumstances. It's not good. Logos 3A and 3B look like a snail. My first impression, and I'm the consumer. So if you want to think that Roswell's a snail moving at a snail's pace, you got it. Otherwise, no. We do have very talented staff, and it's too bad you didn't use them to begin with. You could have used some sort of incentive, cash incentive to come up with among all of the employees a great logo based on what they do, instead of spending $100,000 with North Star, who came up with all this stuff. And I know you had many focus meetings and many meetings to talk about the direction the city's going and how this logo is going to trickle down through every aspect of life in Roswell, from business to personal, because I heard all that at the work session, and I hear everything you all say. So if that doesn't work, I'll say it again. We have a great design firm downtown called SCAD. Go offer a contest among SCAD students to come up with a great logo. It'll pay for their college, and you'll be buying local. Do you know what kind of PR this city will get from buying local from a local university, whether it's Georgia Tech for a bridge design or SCAD for this? Shop local, think local, and you'll be the biggest guy on the block.
Who'd like, would anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir, come forward.
I was just going to say that, Adam Braun, 70 Thompson Place. Have you guys seen the Art Around logo and the stuff that Candace Campbell's done? It's pretty good. And I was also going to say that the Roswell Restaurant Week logo, I love it. And I think that if you guys are going to redo this, I would just include her into it, because I think that I think she's done great stuff. And I think I've just heard a lot of positive things about it from all different ages of people that I know that live here in Roswell. And that's about it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Just think about that.
Next.
I don't have to work the mic like you. Tripper Allen, 445 Persimmon Lane. Appreciate you guys letting me talk up here. My kids are 7-year-old twins. They think I was on my way to deliver the State of the Union address, so I'm in design. I'm not going to let them down. A little Photoshop will help all of that. I came up here to talk about the logo. Everybody seems fairly well resigned that the direction that North Star put out there is not the one that everybody wants to go in. I totally agree. I've been working in design in the creative field for 20 years. I think when I first saw the logo, I was sort of taken aback at it and how it looked, and as a resident, don't feel like it really achieved anything that we were looking for. I will say these are going more in the right direction. I think there's some components on here with the wheel and trying to evolve the logo that are good, and it's a good direction. Aside from sort of my disappointment with the logo initially, I will say that one of the other big disappointments is somebody who's left an ad agency and started my own business in the advertising and design world a year and a half, 2 years ago, is that according to what I read in the paper, it was something like $78,000 that was paid to North Star. Outsourcing this job just seemed sort of a slap in the face to the design community here. And I think getting local involvement, I think using the staff is going in the right direction, but I think it's almost a double whammy. Wow, we didn't get what we want from Nashville, and you can't focus group. You can do it with products and services, and you can develop those kinds of things, but you have to live here to find the essence of the city. So I think turning it over to the staff is more in the right direction. I would encourage you to think about getting it out into the community, not as a volunteer. I understand the idea of let's get students involved and let's make it a prize kind of thing. This comes up a lot in design because I don't know what it is about the nature of it, but it seems to be like a giveaway kind of thing. Everybody who's a designer in here has had 10,000 people ask them if they could just do a logo for them. But it would be like asking a plumber to come out and just, let's see who does the best job, and we'll give them the money at the end of it. This is a vocation for people, and I know it's not the highest priority on agendas, but I would encourage you to think about whatever option it was up there that included the local community as a paid, and I think my business, I'd love to be able to charge what North Star did for what they did. I would love it to do half of that. But you know, I think you can get high quality product. I think you can do it with speed. Gentleman just came up here and talked about a designer here in the community. I think keeping it in Roswell is the best way to do that. I think with some staff that are built outside of your existing staff would help the community a little bit, but certainly going in the right direction, keeping it inside.
Thank you for coming down tonight.
Susan Church, 11950 Chafin Road in Roswell. I've been here 25 years, and I'm new to all the council meetings and all this, but as a
not real informed yet citizen, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to the fact that we spent 5 years developing a logo. And now it's been in play, from what I'm hearing, 5 months, and we're reinventing it. And it just seems to me, what a waste of everyone's time. You guys were all elected by all the citizens, and we're expecting Roswell to move forward, and we're spending all this time now trying to redesign a logo we spent 5 years and money, I'm sure, on, instead of doing with the business of the city. That just seems foolish to me. That's it.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Lee Fleck, 435 North Pond Trail, Martin's Landing. Mayor, I have a point of order. Agenda item 4 was removed from the consent agenda. You should normally immediately address that item, and I'd like to know when you will bring that back up.
Do you wish to speak to the item on the agenda?
I had a point of order which supersedes. You spoke to Robert's Rules of Order. I am presenting a legitimate point of order to Robert's Rules of Order. I would like to know when number 4 agenda item will be brought back up.
Mr. Fleck, you have a choice. If you wish to speak to the current agenda item, which is the logo, we will hear from you. On any other matter, you're out of order. And if you wish to proceed, I'll ask one of the officers to escort you out of the room.
Very well. You're in violation of Robert's Rules of Order and the consent agenda request.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the item under discussion, which is the logo? Thank you. Mr. Horton, what's your pleasure? We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Any further discussion?
I have no further comment.
Further discussion by any other council members on the motion, and the second is to have staff review the logo with a input from a volunteers to be nominated by a council at committee. Mr. Palermo.
And so for clarification, is this going to be brought back to committee for this discussion?
The discussion will be on the committee to give input. The motion will have been approved. We're not going to bring this back for another decision. All we're doing is looking at who will be turning to it. I'd see it as an advisory council.
Excellent, thank you.
So that is the motion. Any further discussion? Councilmember Orleans.
Yeah, I just want to say I've gone through the discussion of a logo a couple times since I've been on the council, and there's never been a unanimous decision on what the logo should look like. And I'm just, you know, it's like 5 years of money spent, professionals involved, professional volunteers that live in Roswell, and sure, there's other ones that would like to have come out involved. We try to advertise it when the issue first begins to get people involved. We put out bids for local people to look at what the logo was and do the branding initiative. I think we only had one local firm individual that lives in Roswell that went after it. I'm not in support of the motion because I feel we've already spent the time, effort, and put the logo out, and we're never going to get a logo that everybody in this community agrees on. Thank you.
I need to address that, because what people don't understand is that the branding initiative itself, that's where the bulk of the money was spent. It was spent on the interviews with all the stakeholders, the people that visit the city. That's where it all went. The focus groups, that sort of thing. In terms of the percentage of the total amount that went toward the logo is minuscule in comparison to all the effort that went into the historical research that ultimately ended up in the branding initiative. The branding initiative, the branding narrative, is not reflected in one iota in the old new logo. It's not reflected anywhere. You look at the thing and it doesn't say that we're a river town. It doesn't say that we're a mill town. It doesn't say we're a historical town. It says, and I'm tired of hearing about all the people that were involved because there was only there were 4 people involved in the design decision. 4 people. They made the decision. They were the ones that had the input and got the input from North Star. The rest of the community didn't have input into the logo itself. They had input into the branding narrative, and that's what brought us to this point. The branding narrative is a great piece of work. The logo is not. I'm sorry, but that's the way.
Do any other council members wish to comment before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That is Horton, Eaglehart, Palermo, and Zapata. All opposed? Diamond and Orleans. Motion passes 4-2. My suggestion is if you have folks that you would like to see or you would like to be on this advisory committee, if you'll contact one of the council members, it will be discussed on Wednesday. And I encourage you to come to the back room where all the decisions are made, room 220. You're always welcome and your input is appreciated. Thank you for coming tonight. And call the next agenda item, please.
The next item is the approval of the budget amendment to 10015850-012516 to release the additional funding to Progress Partners. Keith Lee will present.
Thank you, Councilmember Horton. Good evening, Mayor and council members. What I'm requesting tonight is your approval to remove funds from a contingency account for the second half of the Progress Partners contract. They were requested to present their activities to the council, which they did at the last committee meeting. And so we are needing to pay them an additional $12,500 for the second portion of their contract.
Does the council have any questions?
I move that we approve the release of the additional funding for Progress Partners.
Motion to fund Progress Partners $12,000 by Councilmember Don Horton. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Any further discussion by council? Anyone in the audience wish to comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor? That is unanimous.
Thank you.
This time we'll call upon Community Development Department Liaison, Councilmember Michael Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to be motioning to do an initiation of text amendments to the UDC, to the Unified Development Code. And with that, I do want to really make clear what's bringing this about, and I want to discuss with both council and the public. So during this recent campaign, I was meeting residents 7 days a week. And with that, there were 2 messages that consistently resonated: protect our neighborhoods and also increase redevelopment on our blighted corridors. So these are very, very important things that I feel we as a community learned during the election. And also I will specifically point out that I'm not going to be someone that lets campaign promises lose steam once elected. This is one that is very important to us, very, very urgent for us. And so tonight I'm going to be motioning to initiate some text amendments to the UDC to urgently protect our neighborhoods. And with this, the whole reason it's being brought up this way is for the urgency. There are a lot of residents out there that have some concerns, and we just want to show as one council here united that we are here to protect the neighborhoods. And as a part of that, what we want to happen is for you to keep in mind this focus is really purely around residential. We very much are working hard to make sure that we're increasing business opportunity, creating more business opportunity, increasing more redevelopment. But with this, what I want to really focus on is a very short-term moratorium on some very specific residential zoning categories while we go through a public process to discuss all of these. So what I want to make very clear as we get into these text amendments, there are no changes being voted on tonight. Tonight is not going to have any changes to zoning. What tonight is doing is purely initiating potential zoning changes. And what we want to do, and I say we as in I'm motioning, I'm hoping I can get support from others on council. But really what I want to do is take these changes to some work sessions, to committee, and have us really discuss what is best for the community. And so as you look at this again, as we're about to go through, I just want to remind you that everything is going to be vetted out with staff and with the community before anything goes into effect. And again, that this is purely around residential. I did want to give that caveat because I am very aware this is not the standard procedure. This is not the standard process for how this would be set up. But again, I just want to really make sure to all of Roswell, we are urgently listening. We are urgently following through from what we've seen, what we've heard from you. And at the same time, we're still going to go through a normal process to hear both everything from staff vetting through things and the community vetting through things. So with that, I'm here initiating text amendments to the UDC, and as a part of that, having a very short-term moratorium on some very specific residential types of rezonings.
Let me see if there are two pieces of this. There's a motion to initiate a text change. Yes, sir. And that's on the agenda. I was not aware that there was a motion for a moratorium on the agenda. I'm concerned about putting something on the agenda that was not on the agenda. So I have no objection to the text amendment, but I would have a concern about voting on a moratorium, which there was no, this is the first I've known of it, and it was not on the agenda.
Sure, and so with that, I think with the setup of it going on the agenda, I think I was seeing it as one item, all united, all part of it, because again, with the urgency, it is just the need to show the residents, show the community.
So I'm just trying to understand your motion. Is there a motion for a text amendment and a motion for a moratorium?
In combination, yes, sir.
I would have to rule the motion for the moratorium out of order because it's not been published. I don't have an objection to it from a standpoint of going forward, other than that there has been no prior notice to the community that this was on the agenda. So I would rule that out of order. If this council wishes a special call meeting, if they believe that it's an emergency, I would consider a special call meeting. We could perhaps have a special call meeting following the committee meeting, but I'd have to rule a motion for a moratorium out of order because no one's heard from it until now.
And if that part is considered out of order, I would like to request a special meeting for a moratorium in relation.
Let's do this. Let's first get a motion and a second and pass the initiation and have discussion on that, and then have a discussion on the special call meeting and get the input from council and try to do those in two pieces. So would you, if we could hear the motion on the text amendments and let's get a second and have that discussion, and then following that discussion and public comment, we'll have a second discussion about having a special call meeting.
Excellent. And so with that, I would like to motion the initiation of text amendments with the reminder that this is just an initiation and these are going to go through committee and these are going to go through working sessions prior to.
All right. Are there any particular, is this text amendments for all portions of UDC or any specific portions? Have you narrowed it down, or is this opening it up to a complete review?
So there are items that do affect the all aspects of the UDC. That being said, there is a very targeted goal and a very targeted function of just specifically around protecting the neighborhoods.
I guess what I'm saying, when we open this up, is everything going to be open, or is the council going to say we're only opening it up certain provisions? I mean, because we will receive public comment, we'll receive recommendations from the Planning Commission, and I'm just trying to get the scope of the review of the UDC. And I understand you have a summary of items, and we would need to include all these and put it into the record, all these specific provisions if we're going to limit this. My suggestion would be, is to say we're going to review the UDC. But if you've got certain sections that, only specific sections, we would need to itemize those sections which we're going to be reviewing for the record.
And so with that, Mr. Davidson, I'd be curious to hear your legal opinion of the best way to approach this, both dealing with the separate aspects, I'm curious about for the initiation as well as a very specific targeted moratorium. But the reason I'm considering it's many facets of the UDC, because as you'll see in the binder, it goes from section, there are certain excerpts from section 2 all the way down to section 13.
As far as the initiation of the text amendments, it's fine if you want to go through line by line and just say this is what we're proposing or this is what I'm proposing. You can do that. This council has the option legally to put something on the agenda that's not on the agenda currently. The mayor does set the rules for the way things are handled up here for procedures. So, that's something that y'all would need to discuss. However, I think with the number of items here, it would probably be good just to go through and mention the items that you're talking about initiating the changes to, and then we can put them in ordinance form. I don't know if we can have them by Wednesday, but we will have something to you before Wednesday's committee meeting.
Because with that, what I want to be sensitive to is so we do have a list of about really a good number of very small, very specific changes that I want to make sure we're setting up the right amount of time focused in the work sessions and the committee.
This is my suggestion. I mean, if we're going to only discuss these changes and no others, then we need to include them all. If we're going to say to the public, we're going to review the Unified Development Code, we need to say, let's review the Unified Development Code. You might say the residential portions. But to say we're only going to review these specific provisions and no others, if that's the intent of this council, we're going to have to be specific. So I'm just suggesting, if we're going to open this up for public comment, my suggestion would be open it up for public comment and consider whatever changes make it better, and hear from everybody.
Now, I think the one concern I have is around the timing, is around the urgency that I do feel the community, the strong majority of the community has expressed within their residential neighborhoods. So that's why I lean towards wanting to address initially these specific items. And as Mr. Townsend mentioned earlier when meeting with him, and he's brought up some great advice and different thoughts on a number of items. He's brought up that the UDC was always intended to be a living, breathing document to the will of the people, and I think with that, that's what we want to go through. But first, targeting specific items, always realizing that if there's something that strong majority of people will show is for the well-being, it can always be readdressed.
I'm just trying to, Mr. Davidson, if you're initiating an ordinance change, and we're specific that this is what we're changing, does the council would have to initiate another ordinance change to go beyond that? Is that a fair statement?
Well,
I'm just trying to get the scope of what we're doing.
I mean, you can change the ordinance, up until you approve the second reading. But this would be the initiation. So this is what would be.
This is what's being proposed.
This is what would be presented.
But as far as this, with the initiation of an amendment, any changes could be made. I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to get the scope of this. I understand what your initial proposal is. I'm just trying to, if we're saying, because intention is important and technicalities can trip people up. The intention is that these are the changes you're proposing, but as I understand Mr. Davidson, is any other changes could be proposed also and considered before it comes back to a vote. Planning Commission can make recommendations as to other changes. So other council members can add additional things to consider, and those won't be excluded from this ordinance.
So for legal clarification, if we did initiation of more of everything being included, if something new were to be brought up in committee, some great point that staff or the community brings up and there's a majority of council supporting, is that something that would have to be brought back to be initiated for a first time? Does that affect our timeline?
No, that would just be added in as we go. And they would all be public meetings. So
With that understanding, I'm fine with initiation of I think we don't need to, can we incorporate this by reference as to these changes? I mean, we've got a lot of people in the audience. I'm not sure, somebody needs to summarize this, but it's very specific. It is, how many pages do we have here? 6 pages of itemized changes, and we do need to at least make these folks familiar in general with what the people in the audience, because they do have we like to hear from you, and we like you to be able to understand what the proposal is. So we've got a motion to adopt this, to initiate an ordinance change to include the changes in writing here. And the council has it before them, and with the understanding that staff will review this one in the public before we go to the public. We have a motion to initiate these changes.
Yes.
Is that by Michael Palermo? Is there a second?
I think, isn't the point though that this is initiating, anything can be started, anything can be brought into the process, but this is the starting list.
This is the starting list.
So it's not limited to just this list.
Correct.
So
this is the starting list.
Okay.
I understand the scope. And so I'll ask staff if they can cover this, and perhaps put it up on the screen so people can understand it. So there's a motion. There is a second. Any further discussion before we go forward with a further presentation to educate all of us as to what's in this list and then have a discussion? Councilmember Orleans.
My concern on this is starting the official clock ticking. We spent a lot of time on this going over the last several years, and a lot of citizen input at committee meetings and then also at work sessions. We asked staff the pros and cons of each point in the UDC. We had a consultant that was hired and even had him on the phone for giving us those pros and cons of a change. And we did make a lot of changes as we went through the process. And I'm sure the Planning Commission is going to want to have work sessions on this to try to see the pros and cons. So, Mr. Davidson, I guess my question is, I guess my thoughts are we should take the approach of going to committee and starting it there and having the work sessions. But if we initiate and we start the clock ticking, what is our timetable for getting from here to the maximum of the second reading?
This is just the initiation, so we don't really have a clock right now. This is simply initiation. We'll get it in ordinance form. After we have the first reading, then you got a time limitation on how long it can go, but.
So the meeting at the Planning Commission does not start. It's only the first and second reading.
It'll be the first reading of the ordinance, yes.
Okay. Great, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second to initiate with this as the beginning. I'd like a presentation from staff.
Staff doesn't have a presentation.
Well, if staff can go over this and sort of at least summarize this, can staff summarize this for the audience and put it up on that screen so they can see what the initiation is? Councilman Caleb.
Mr. Mayor, this was submitted to us by a council member, so staff does not have a presentation related to reviewing it and going through. All that staff can do, in my opinion, that would be appropriate in this venue tonight would be to read the items. There may be council members who can expound upon the reasons for the changes or the intended impact of those. Staff has not had an opportunity to fully review it, so we don't have a presentation as we normally would with a text amendment as we would in the regular process. This is an accelerated process. We can be ready, but not tonight.
Mr. Palermo wishes to move forward tonight. I don't wish to hold him up.
Staff
Mr.
doesn't either.
Palermo, if you can, if we'll put this on the screen so folks can see it, and Mr. Palermo, could you help us with this?
I can, and I do want to just comment on staff as well. So Mr. Townsend has spent a lot of time, including many hours this weekend, going through everything. We met today, where he actually had some excellent points and advice on how we can even fine tune and really have a better way to present specific goals. And in that, this morning, he mentioned not having a presentation due to the nature of it being brought to him. And my exact words were to him that I wouldn't expect you to have a presentation with this last minute. Again, this is out of the ordinary in the sense that that in my discussion with him, I told him that I'm seeing this as the urgent response from the election, and that's why I'd like to go ahead and just start the process with this initiation.
Well, if we could at least begin the process of explaining to the public what we're initiating, and you appear to be, and if anyone else can help you, but I'm just asking for some help so we can all understand it. If you could perhaps maybe just cover these items and summarize them for us.
Absolutely. And as I do walk through these, I do encourage anybody from council, if there's any that you want to jump in on as well, please feel free. But what we were doing again, and when I keep on saying we, but what I did was I spoke for a while with Mr. Townsend. I spoke a little bit with a few council members one-on-one, but not much, because again, what I said is I want to make sure we're going through the public process. I want to make sure that we are going through working sessions, we are going through committee. But again, I stand by what I heard during the campaign when I had 7 days a week when I was meeting new people. There was no specific targeted group. I was just looking at two different types of individuals. Number one, they were voters. Number two, they were willing to speak to me. And I found that out by knocking door to door. I found that out by making calls. And I definitely found that there was resounding support to want to make adjustments purely to protect our residential neighborhoods. So again, what you're going to see is none of these adjustments are in any way affecting anything that's commercially zoned, mixed-use zoned, or anything like that. These are very specific for within the neighborhoods.
So perhaps as you cover these, you could tell us how it's accomplishing this.
Sure, absolutely. So if we look at the first item, this deals with what the UDC calls attached houses, which also you might know as duplexes. Again, so that's something that's actually not very common within Roswell. It also is something that adds to the is a way to add to the density within the residential areas. So proposing to make it so that there's no new attached houses being built. And again, as I bring this up, I will give you the same caveat for every single one of them. Within the work sessions, within the committee meetings,
Just so one would be to eliminate attached housing.
Yes, sir. And again, that's something that we'll find out in the work session or in committee, that perhaps we decide to remove one of these or some of these, but we want to at least initiate them for the conversation.
Great. Just that helps me understand.
Excellent.
Would that include townhouses? They're attached.
That does not, within the UDC, there's a separate.
Okay, I apologize.
No problem.
Please proceed.
So number two being density, specifically with the old code having density limits specifically mentioned, and those density limits not mentioned within the UDC, we want to restore referring to some density limits within those residential areas.
Okay.
And so here I propose around landscaped open space. So this deals with building a house, how much open space is there, and it's most focused on around the floodplain, on what percentage of that area can be included.
Okay.
So the next item, just looking at
is this item 4? If you'll identify by items, it'll help.
Sure. So I think 4, which is 2.6. So removing other than rooftop areas for what's considered outdoor amenity space. And Mr. Townsend, could you remind me what 5B is? I have the UDC right here. So is that around detention ponds?
Yes.
Okay then. So So deleting that around detention ponds. And I will give a, are we going into that, Mr. Towns, or should we move to the next one, Mr. Mayor?
Please, you may proceed unless a council member has a question.
Okay. So looking at setback encroachments, with this is actually one that Mr. Townsend brought up, and just some different scenarios where this could have other effects, et cetera. So this is one that within the work sessions, within the committee meetings, we'll probably look at even closer. But this just deals with limiting the encroachments on certain categories, and whether or not driveways can be included as well. So that, and again, that's one that, based on the feedback Mr. Townsend gave me, I'm expecting extra close research and looking at that during our future sessions. And so an update on RS9 and its ability to be within this suburban residential. That's the 3-4. And please let me know if for any of them I'm going too fast, or if there's any further clarification or questions. And
there's a question from the audience. Are these proposals on the website anywhere of the city of Roswell?
To the agenda.
It's
tonight's agenda.
But these specific proposals, it's on the website to get on tonight's agenda item. Thank you.
so the next items, RS6 and RS4, deleting as a standalone category.
When you say delete as a standalone category, what does that mean?
That means
Is it when you if it's what does it have to stand with? I guess if it's not standalone.
as in it's not a category, it's not a choice.
All right, so you're deleting those two categories.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it.
And the next one, 3-6, for townhouse. If you look at the wording, it mentions allowing it in suburban residential. And what this is looking at is making so that the townhouses work just like apartments. That townhouses in suburban residential can only be built where there's already existing to really replace townhouses. And of course, that's only in the suburban residential. There's no change to townhouses here affecting outside of suburban residential. So now we go to 3.7, and this is just naming within there. So for RM2 and RM3, just looking at the wording for clarity and doing something to add to specify that they're condos / apartments, in addition to whether or not they're stacked flats or not. So 3.9, is that where we are right now?
Yes.
With that, deleting carriage house from RS18 and RS12. And as mentioned earlier, so any references to attached house would be deleted. And then we go to 310 with detached house, and that's where we add a maximum density. And right here, these are the numbers. What I did was I looked to the old code and just actually applied the maximum density numbers from the old code. I think Mr. Townsend did point out that one of these actually would have been different in the old code. And again, all items and details that we will definitely be getting into in work sessions. And similar to that, also looking at adding minimum heated floor square area per square foot. And again, with 311, just adding that maximum density based on the old numbers, and same thing with minimum heated floor area. So we go to 312, detached house. Same thing with it for the RS9. Now we're just adding that maximum density in here. And what I also request with my motion to initiate, that we look at a lot of the lot parameters as well as the setbacks. And again, this is something that can definitely get complex, so this is one where there'll be, I'm expecting there'll be from staff a lot of details on what the actual effect looks like, et cetera, but these are things we want to initiate to discuss. And again, all with that goal of just the density within the suburban residential. So we move to 313 with detached houses as well as the other. And that's where, within the suburban residential, you'll see a number of different items are all deleted as new housing types. And again, just as the current code shows for apartments in suburban residential, they can all be allowed where existing. So whenever replacing that thing, they're always allowed, but not as a new development. Carriage house. So if we go down to 314, carriage house is being deleted from RS12 and RS18. And then within the UDC, there's pictures of showing exactly what this means when we talk about carriage house. It's behind the other houses there. So now, same thing right here. We've discussed a lot. 315, the attached house. 316, deleting cottage courts from the suburban residential. Because right now we're in the section 3. Same thing with townhouse, deleting, of course, allowing where existing. And then same thing with walk-up flat and stacked flat, and of course, as noted in the UDC, allowing where existing. 324, we look at the bulk plane. Hopefully everybody's able to follow around and read that on the screen. Again, this is another example where we do want to look at dealing with the setbacks and everything else around the effect. And this is one where in the public meetings we'll be having, I'll definitely be expecting from staff going through all these logistics and how it affects everything from a engineering and everything else standpoint. 331 PRDs, we do want to delete these planned residential developments. So now I think we're on 4.7. Excellent.
Correct.
So 4.7, again, as I've mentioned a lot, I want to look at deleting carriage house, deleting attached house as discussed earlier. Detached house, again, adding density limits that are in line with the prior code, as well as different aspects around the building coverage, heating floor area per square unit, aspects around the alley. So that's something on there. 4.9, again, for this is deleting carriage house in this situation. 4.10, attached house. With this right here, this type deleting entirely. And then of course, always having the caveat allowed where existing. And this will be, and then also currently cottage court is within suburban residential. It is not in the corridor/node type area, and just want to, and I say we, hoping that other council members will vote for this initiation as well, want to add in cottage courts as an additional possibility within the corridors and nodes. Go down to 412 and look at adding townhouses in this area, adding a density maximum. And that is based off of the old code. And again, looking at heated floor area and looking at common space. Also looking at building coverage and unit width minimums. Similar to, as mentioned before, look at potentially adding additional information to the name walk-up flat or stacked flat to use the term condominium or apartment. So that's a consideration that I'd like to initiate as well. And if we go to 422, mixed use building. So there is a zoning for the stacked flats, and there is a zoning for the mixed use building, but currently with mixed use building, there is the ability to actually build it completely as residential. If there is going to be a zoning request for a mixed use building, I'd like to initiate that we look at requiring the first floor to be non-residential. So 430, bulk plane, looking at from the existing street grade, as well as dealing with with this 150 feet piece that's in there. Again, this is one that we'll definitely want to work with staff to see the exact details of this effect as well with all the others. 432, use a chart, storage of vehicles. So looking at this is the one item actually that I think I've seen that proposed dealing actually with a commercial, that potentially deals with a commercial item. So there's a specific chart on 432, and so this is just increasing the minimum lot size. And so if we go down to 5.4, then we look at change to during review. So this is actually just looking on the wording, and just potentially adjusting the wording that should be described for the process with a rezoning or conditional use application. And so you'll see as well just additional information there around height level and street step back. So here's an item right here on 5.5. Look, and again within this space 5.3.1, there's a building type chart, and what this is doing is creating so that with the height, as Highway 9 of course will have greater height, having actually just a step back where you start with one maximum at the street. And also within that chart, you'll see there's a lot of different effects on carriage house, attached house, townhouse, all these different things that we've discussed before. And again, the reason for a lot of these items, they're actually all, or a lot of them are all interrelated with earlier items. So that's why same thing with 5.6, detached house lot. And what this would look at is just adding that maximum density and making adjustments to the lot area, lot coverage, etc. And you'll see as well dealing with the setbacks, which of course staff will be able to show us and discuss with detail. So now I go to 5.9. Carriage house, just really adjusting where that can go and where the new developments of that can go. 5.8, again, we've already discussed a lot around the attached house. 5.10, looking at the cottage court and specifically having a density maximum, as well as looking at considering a garage requirement for each of these units. 5.12, just dealing with a townhouse right here, and again just dealing with the items that I've just mentioned, aspects around density, minimum heated floor area, common open space, site area, site width, decreased building coverage max. So a lot of these just are being repeated on a number of different items, and you'll see that throughout with each, dealing with the setbacks, with minimums, etc. And all items we'll definitely want to look at closely with staff and the public in the different meetings. Now 5.14. So right here, looking at build to zone only applying to Highway 9. This is in 5.14, and making all setbacks same as the old historic, except on Highway 9, and again addressing minimum heated floor area. And again, so now if I look at stacked flats, built to zone only applying on Highway 9, and again repeating the same items as above. And so we go down to commercial house, same dimensions right there mentioned. Single story shop front, making the setbacks the same except on Highway 9. Built to zoning.
Just for clarification, this is getting into commercial zoning.
That's a good point. Very specific type of really these.
So there is some effect on commercial zoning.
Good point. I appreciate that clarification. So and this is something again I want to make sure in the work sessions in the committee that we are all discussing, because I very passionately want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to really increase redevelopment on our corridors, and at the same time protecting our residential areas, our residential neighborhoods. But these are some recommendations I do want to initiate, which we discuss, but absolutely some items that are affecting some commercial spots.
Let me make the clarification. Anything in Chapter 3 is residential. Chapter 4 is the corridors and nodes. Chapter 5 is the downtown districts. So that's the distinction between the articles in which areas they control and which designations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we look at, which one are we on? 520. So single-story shop front, again, looking at the setbacks and build to zone only applying on Highway 9. Same, and it's the same comment and consideration on mixed-use building, which is 522. Same comment and consideration on 524. And then now 528, looking at the bulk plane, looking at measuring the base from the existing street grade, as well as I mentioned earlier, there was another item mentioning that 150 feet caveat, so I want to look at deleting that. As mentioned in an earlier item, there's a use chart and looking at the storage of vehicles, adjusting to a minimum lot size, increasing that is. So now 6.6.
6 is the employment districts.
And with townhouses, looking at just a maximum unit density, as well as a minimum heated floor area, as well as unit width minimums. So now 616, mixed use building, as mentioned before in another district, just if there is going to be the mixed use building zoning, then requiring it is truly mixed use and that first floor is non-residential. 622, again getting into a bulk plane item, so you'll see that right there on the right, getting into potentially adjusting or examining the feet. And then so now we get into 1013, which deals with neighborhood compatibility. And on here you'll see a chart, and so one aspect of it is deleting the A buffers, which is that smallest buffer you'll see there. 1014, deleting type A buffers again. So now we get into environmental protection underneath in 12. So specimen trees, so also include specimen trees on abutting properties with CRZ on the property. So want to look at that really just for right here. It's just an effort to make sure that we are doing what we can to protect trees, protect the environment, and again, just something that I think should be considered in the discussion of the work sessions and the committee meetings. 12.5, tree removal, and really increasing the amount of the specimen tree value. It's currently $100, and would like to look to discussing increasing that amount. And so more around the tree replacement, and you'll see on the different types in there there's a chart, so it's just mentioning current costs, and I say we, but I'm hoping to get support from other council members to at least look at this through an initiation to see if the amount should be increased to protect more trees when possible, when feasible. And then also looking at the replacement tree density. So there's a number of different inches, and looking at really just increasing what that is. And same thing with replacement tree size and understory tree size, so making some replacements there. 13.3, so looking here at the authority chart, so moving a preliminary plat from Planning Commission to Council, would like to look at considering that. Also, when dealing with public notice, etc., so you'll see a chart in the UDC and mentioning all elements that are yes on web public notice, and making all elements yes on published. So that's something you'll see within the actual UDC. In this item is just wanting to really initiate an urgent change to see how can we just at least raise more awareness, more transparency, so that individuals do know what's going on within their neighborhoods. And so published notice, just look at considering, and this is a great example where we'll definitely want to get in and learn from staff on understanding costs, details, etc., but just want to consider notice of all 3 meetings, so neighborhood, planning commission, and public hearing. to be published in the newspaper of record at least 30 days prior to the neighborhood meeting. And then also looking at web notice and mail notice. So really just wanting to increase the time, the visibility, and the awareness. So posted on a website at least 30 days prior to neighborhood meeting. And then also want to discuss and look at increasing from 300 feet to 1,000 feet. And if possible, including notification of an HOA of a subdivision touched within that 1,000 feet. So again, what we'll discuss is just wanting to see how are we giving fair transparency and awareness right here. And notice mailed, looking at doing it at least 30 days prior to neighborhood meeting. And this is a great example where we're in discussing with staff, wanting to just make sure that at all times, we're making sure to be following state requirements at a minimum, and just really looking at that. Not to say that we aren't today, so I'm very aware that we are today. So neighborhood presentation, so it mentions no minutes, so deleting that piece and really add that to record the meeting and make it public. Add specifically, we want to add following format provided by staff. And also with council public hearing, we want to look at allowing automatic deferral after planning commission without council hearing. And then just, this is an item I actually really just would love to discuss with staff and the public to get into, but let's discuss aspects around the public hearing. Preliminary plat, looking at potentially moving this from planning commission to council. 1316, for major design plans, require notice posted on website, not just that current agenda. And 1317 with setback modification, reduce 20% and look at reduction to 10%. So this is something really to really just examine it. And again, anything with the numbers, with percentages, with feet, I think those will be the biggest ones that staff will really be showing the details and showing a lot more details to have a very, very targeted conversation around this. So this is again just an initiation. And also looking at updates to the major certificate review. So really looking around the HPC, any changes regardless of source or request must be submitted and available online 5 business days before the meeting. And in the event of work sessions with applicants, such meetings must be held in a public room, be recorded, and such recordings made available online. Just again, in an effort of just transparency and making sure the neighbors and community feel involved. And then now 1326 with administrative variances. Change all hard numbers to 10%, so when looking at that, so that's something I'd like to recommend we discuss. And also looking at up to 10% variance in addition to any variance granted by the zoning director, so really adding that right there, so.
Thank you for that presentation, that was quite helpful. All right, any further discussion by council before I open up the motion for this initiation for public comment? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Diamond.
I have some questions. What's the schedule of events? Will this go through Planning Commission and HPC and all the, are we mailing out to all the property owners how this is gonna impact them like we did with the UDC? What's the plan?
So I'd love to
Before we get to that, let's start with the law. Mr. Davidson, if you could explain what the law requires when there's initiation and if council wishes to sort of modify that. But let's start with what the law requires when you make a zoning change.
This is simply a text amendment, so it would go through Planning Commission and 2 readings of council. There's no requirement for it to go to HPC. There's no requirement to go to DRB. You can send it to HPC for advisement if you want.
So in addition to doing what Mr. Davidson said, of course, is the law, I absolutely would want to bring this through work sessions, through committee meetings, and making sure we're giving lots of the community an opportunity to both ask questions and provide feedback.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Orleans.
to clarify, then we're initiating this to go to the committee and the work session process. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding, Councilman Palermo?
I know Councilman Palermo believes it's a matter of urgency, so right now, is it?
I was asking Councilman Palermo.
If Mr. Palermo could be specific, or do we going to go straight to, if he suggested that, but he hasn't been specific, so that might help other council members understand how this is proceeding.
The reason for the question, my concern is, I mean, it needs to be vetted out by council to some extent in work session before it goes to the planning commission even. Otherwise, they're not gonna know what they're really looking at or not looking at. So I guess to clarify then, we're initiating this to go to back to council committee and work sessions to get it started before it goes to the planning commission. Is that correct or incorrect?
I would encourage and I would hope and I request, I do want us to be really going through work sessions, going through as many opportunities and meetings as we can have, with the caveat and the understanding that this is a very urgent matter for the community. It's not something that can be delayed or sat on. Right. But so I therefore request council not only that you'll support purely this initiation. I do not know what will come from it once we vet everything out.
Let me ask a couple of questions here. The next planning commission that this would be available to go to would be when? It has to go to a planning commission before it comes to council. So if it went to the next planning commission meeting, what would that date be?
If we were to advertise it at least 15 days prior.
Well, let's just, assuming we follow the law.
Which would be advertising at least 15 days prior.
What's the next regular planning commission meeting?
It's in February 16th. I'm not sure it would actually meet that advertising date.
But
because we would probably
may or may not be February 16th if we went out with a regular date, assuming we got enough advertising, would be the first date that we could.
Right. It's most likely to be March 15th to Planning Commission.
Because of the advertising requirement.
Correct.
So help me understand how we would not be able to advertise for a February 15th meeting?
When we send a ad to the newspaper, they require at least a week and a half before they publish it in the Wednesday paper. So for us to get it to them, to publish 15 days prior, which means it would have to be published by March 1st, or I mean February 1st. February 3rd doesn't meet the requirement. They only publish on Wednesdays. So it would have to publish it this Wednesday. They wouldn't have needed it last week to do that publication.
But I'm not sure we can make that time.
Well, but that's the point of my question is, just trying to make it to the very first public planning commission, do we even have time to even start vetting it out ourselves? And we've got to vet out something and have some input from staff and maybe a consultant on a direction to give the planning commission something to deal with.
Well, if the earliest we can practically get it advertised, given that it's Monday and Wednesday's our publishing date and the deadline for getting it to them has already passed.
Correct.
I mean, their publishing deadline's gone past. We're probably March 15th would be the earliest we could get to an advertised meeting at Planning Commission.
So theoretically, what would be necessary, because there are some very urgent changes within here based on a lot of community input during months of meeting with them. How could it be possible to be able to get something published on Wednesday? What I'm wondering is, I would just love to hear any problem solving or solution on a way to get published this Wednesday, so that we could have a meeting that February 16th.
Well, we could check. I'm just telling you that I know the deadlines are hard deadlines, and we're past the hard deadline, and I'm not. We could ask, but I'm just trying to look at the next regular. If it's going to be March 15th before we can get the ads run, we've got time for work sessions and committee meetings before March 15th. If you're trying to say, we want to run it for February, we could pass it tonight, and but odds are we're not going to make it.
So now my preference is, of course, February 15th Planning Commission.
16th.
But 16th, but realizing there's that chance we might end up needing to do that March 15th. My question to you, Mayor, for clarity, if we pass this initiation.
We could say at the earliest possible date. You could say at the earliest possible Planning Commission meeting, we want to bring this forward, and then staff could, I doubt if the paper's going to answer you tonight. They could call in the morning and to find out. And with the earliest possible meeting, we could make that part of the motion, which if they've changed the system and they now have some. What happens is they farm out the publishing. They don't publish it in house. They don't set the press. They send it to sometimes another state to get it published, and so it's already gone, and it's coming back. But we'll try.
So yelling "Stop the presses" doesn't have the weight it used to?
The press isn't here. The press is not here. That's my understanding. The press is they outsource the press, and they've already packaged it and got their spacing, but we can try that. So the motion could be at the earliest possible date, and then we can try to have some work sessions before then. I think one of the other comments, though, was in the last, when we did the UDC, we made a real effort to contact all the property owners. We actually sent out, because it was a major change, and we tried to involve the public, and there was some interest. Some council members may be interested. If we did it the first time, do we want to do it the second time? Or this time are we going to say we don't need the public involvement?
So with that, I am hoping that there is comfort in the council and requesting support for just purely this initiation. That's not to say whether or not council will actually support a number or all of the changes.
I support the initiation.
And excellent, I appreciate that. And with that,
I think you're going to get support for the initiation, but now it's about timing.
right. And with that, for the timing, hopefully it does make things smoother, to give comfort to all that despite some perhaps rumors out there, there's no interest in scrapping the UDC. It's great to have this code. There's so much good in here. It's just a matter of locking up a certain number of items just to actually give not only residents a feeling of security that their neighborhood is being protected by their government, but also to developers in support of them, to give them comfort instead of the confusion that they've seen recently with opposition, et cetera. I think hopefully the entire community will see
I think what we're talking about here is a significant change in Unified Development Code. I mean, it may be, there are a lot of changes. And my concern is that we want to make sure that we hear from the public. And I know you share that. So it's going to take some time to get the word out and to get the public hearings and the public commitment. And I think that's what we're sort of looking for right now. Again, my suggestion would be to engage the public. You really like to engage them on the front end and not on the back end, which means that if we schedule this in March at the Planning Commission, that would get more time to get the public involved on the front end for whether it's a committee or a work session. It's probably a work session, because as long as it took you to read that, if there's any discussion, we're not going to get it done it's going to require a work session. We need to schedule it, and we need to invite the public and give them prior notice that we're moving forward with it to get their input. There are property owners involved in here whose property is going to be affected by this. There may be, we recognize that. So my suggestion is to try to get a reasonable schedule to make sure we involve the public, but not to delay, but to move forward with deliberate speed. So my suggestion would be to put this on the March 15th, to try to say, let's put this on the March 15th Planning Commission, which is the earliest practical date to get it there, and try to schedule these work sessions, which is going to take at least one work session, schedule a work session and give folks a week's notice of that.
I just.
Is that reasonable?
I think it sounds reasonable to me. I just hope the entire community will know that I'm definitely treating this with urgency. I'm definitely hearing the concerns, and I hope they'll understand if we push it back a
Well,
month.
there's urgency, and then there's then there's a railroad. And we want to make sure that people have an opportunity from all, everyone to have an opportunity to input. That's the Roswell way. We have talked about the Roswell way in the past. Kent knows what the Roswell way is. The Roswell way is to engage the community when we make decisions. And I'm just encouraging that.
And I do hope everybody here will be coming to the work session and any other meetings to discuss.
They're going to be thrilled. They're going to be excited. It's wonderful stuff.
I can give a rereading of what I did.
So again, my suggestion is we can say the earliest, but as a practical matter, it's going to be March 15th, and try to schedule some work sessions between now and then.
Yes, I'd like to say the earliest, realizing that's going to be March 15th.
All right, so let me see if I've got your motion right. Your motion is to initiate this and initiate the changes you've discussed about, with the understanding the scope can be expanded based upon public input, and to put it on the earliest possible planning commission meeting, and request that we hold some work sessions when we can schedule them between now and the planning commission meeting.
Absolutely. Is it now a request for a special meeting on Wednesday after committee? Would that be a part of this motion, or is that something different?
That as far as discussing a moratorium, let's get this behind us and then talk about the moratorium. I find that keeping the question as simple as possible makes the decision easier. All right, any further discussion before we entertain public comment? All right, guys, any public comment on this? If you'll move to the front, I'm calling the people closest to the front first. That means Becky Wynn is closest to the front.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Becky Wynn, 9745 Terrace Lake Point. I was not going to speak on this tonight, but I do have some questions that I'd like to have answered, if I could possibly. One is, when
if you'll
will this...
give us your list of questions, then we'll try to respond.
That's what I'd like to do first, sir. First of all, when will the stakeholders when will the stakeholders be notified that their properties' rights are now being affected by the changes of the UDC?
The first notice would be on the website. I don't think the motion does not include personal notice.
Well, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that, but when the UDC went through several years, we made sure that they were written, that they had written notification that their property rights could be affected by this. So I'd like to see when that's going to happen. And number two... As
it currently stands, there will be public notice, but unless there's a motion from council, there will not be personal
Well,
notice.
I think council should look at this, because that's a lawsuit just waiting to happen. And number two, since this does affect some of the historic district, when will this go to the HPC? Or if it will go to the HPC, and I think it should. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
That would be up to the council as to whether it went to the HP, as I understand from Mr. Davis. All right, next comments.
I'm Brian Chamberlain. I live at 12970 Old Course Drive and am on the Planning Commission. Mr. Palermo, in your presentation, you've emphasized multiple times the urgency factor, and you've placed forward a resolution to initiate, as well as the need for a special meeting for a moratorium. If you would, please share with us the specifics rather than generalities, for the purpose of getting things out in the open for everybody to be aware of, the specifics and whose needs are being addressed by this urgency. What is bringing about the urgency?
Issue
we can set off the moratorium.
Let's not
We're
talk about
talking
the moratorium.
specifically about the urgency. You've emphasized the urgency, and it sounds like it's got some specific detail to it, as opposed to it just being, I heard from a lot of people when I was running for election. But I do know that there was a lot of emphasis at time of preparing for the election on transparency and openness. I'd like to get that transparency because this seems like a somewhat of a veiled issue at this point, the way it's been presented.
If you are not required to respond. If you wish to respond, you can.
I appreciate you clarifying that, and I do wish to respond. I do appreciate the question. So if I heard it correctly, the question is dealing with specifically what is, if I heard it correctly, specifically what is driving this urgency, instead of just generally this kind of thing that's heard, what specifically, and there's a question of a possible, any veils, anything, any driving forces, and transparency is crucial to me. So I actually appreciate the direct question, and I want to be transparent with you, Mr. Chamberlain, as I do with everyone. What it comes down to is really principles, that in the sense that I saw during a campaign, generally speaking, to many people, literally hundreds of people per week, that I was just seeing, meeting, hearing from. I felt that I saw specifically what they are looking for, what they are worried about, and so the urgency. What I stand by is the urgency required, is that I'm here, I'm in office now. This is already my second meeting. I'm not making the progress that I feel the people deserve, and I want to make sure that every single person that voted for me and every single person that did not vote for me knows that I absolutely take my responsibility seriously, and I will protect their neighborhoods just as they've asked me to do. Does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you for that. In that same vein, moving things along at a more rapid pace than would possibly allow for those outside of that issue to also have their interests brought for and protected as necessary. Example,
As I heard from Mr. Palermo, he does support, I assume we're going to have at least one work session which will be public, which will entertain public comment. There'll be public comment, as you know, at the Planning Commission, and there'll be 2 readings of the ordinance, so there'll be public comment then.
In the roll-up of the UDC, we had many public meetings to go over a lot of these issues, and maybe needed even more so that we don't have the holes that there are now. I would encourage us to have more of that type of meeting versus a few closed-door meetings or slightly open-door meetings, so that we get all of the public in and we hear all of the public's interest, not just a small portion of the public's interest.
I'm sure we'll be hearing from everyone.
My name is Katie Ballou. I live at 905 Camp Avenue in Roswell. And here's my card, who needs it? You know, one of the things, first of all, I sense the genuine sincerity of the new council members to represent the constituents that voted for them. So, and I think you're here trying to do a great job. The one thing that I'd like to just preface everything by saying is that the mandate was approximately 5,000 voters in a city of 95,000. And I think it's very important to not only have an ear to those people that voted for you, but perhaps the people that were happy with the city of Roswell and the direction they were going that didn't vote because they didn't sense that there was going to be a major change in the tide. So moving forward, I just would like the city of Roswell to try to do things in a collaborative way. I think we all want a great city, and I think that's all what we're working for. This particular amendment or change to the UDC really blindsided me, because I was involved in a lot of the community meetings multiple times, hearing it, trying to understand what was going on with the UDC. And when I saw the pervasive list of changes, I just, how is this happening? How is this being proposed in such a compressed time frame? And it seems we're all addressing that. But you know, I read New Urban Roswell is a great blog to kind of bring information to people that are not involved all the time and know all the technicalities of everything. And I'm just going to read a brief passage from that, and I encourage everyone that wants to know more about this to read the blog, New Urban Roswell blog, because it's got a lot of great information breaking down all the things that you read. The UDC was done by a nationally recognized firm that has worked on zoning codes for Asheville, Chattanooga, Los Angeles, Denver, Raleigh, Memphis, and more. They use best practice in building types, zoning districts, lot coverage, setbacks, and land use to craft the new UDC. It is not perfect and does need improvements in certain areas. However, it absolutely does not need a wholesale rewrite. We're on the verge of throwing out the work done by Code Studio, our city staff, and hundreds of dedicated Roswell citizens, and handing over the future of development in our city to our new council that has alarmingly little real estate and placemaking experience, and several of their more vocal friends. This is concerning, to say the least. So again, I don't question the sincerity. I don't question what you're trying to achieve, but I think that there are a lot of people in Roswell that understand the goal of trying to make a very walkable community. The only way to achieve that is with a certain level of density. We are not, trending now is not to go bigger houses, bigger footprints. It's really to go more green and have smaller footprints, and that equates to density. And City of Roswell has plenty of residential areas where people, if they want a half-acre or 3/4 acre lot, they're there. The other land that's being developed around them is obviously going to be overseen by all the code and the city council, and I think the projects that have been denied or modified have been done with a vision in sight, and I hope that certainly continues. Some of the general questions I had was how this list was developed, because it's very pervasive with no initial staff input. The only other thing I'd comment to, as you read through it, it seems like there's really a trend against affordable housing. High density or limiting attached homes, making square footage requirements. Some of the things that are in here are actually eliminating the ability for us to build homes that are more affordable in our city, and I don't think that's necessarily the direction we want to go either. So again, that's just I would encourage you to read the blog. It's got a lot of great information, and there is another aspect of the city that has a very strong voice as well that I think we'll be hearing from. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next?
My name is Claire Snedeker, 765 Whitehall Way, a resident in Roswell for 30 years. I think the current UDC went too far and applaud the serious consideration of the proposed text amendments. There are many risks in managing a city's development, and one of those risks is becoming overbuilt. Becoming overbuilt is virtually irreversible. I think that the proposed amendments go a long way to managing the risks that matter to me most, and that is that the infrastructure does not become further strained without a strategic plan to remedy, and that densities caused by 4,000 square foot lots, 6,000 and more apartments and townhomes and suburban residential, hoping that those are not in the future of Roswell's suburban residential. I'm in support of your hard work to correct the ways in which the current UDC went too far, and think that surely there is a development code that recognizes the need for growth, but does not outpace the other objectives of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Hi, I'm Joe Piontek. I live at 2785 Roxburgh Drive in Willow Springs, which is incidentally a PRD. Welcome. I'm glad you're staying, Mr. Mayor. We had a logo. We changed that. I guess we didn't like that. We spent a lot of time on this UDC, a lot of time, 3 years. And we went to meeting after meeting after meeting. We had map after map after map. And we sent postcards, and we pleaded for them to come in. And they didn't come. Sometimes they would, and then they would disagree with how we had the meetings. Oh, you tried to separate us and divide our opinions. But this is what we came up with after a great deal of work. I was on the Planning Commission for 3 years. I leave it to Brian now. It seems like you want to get rid of the Planning Commission and have all the plats come to the council first, rather than having your hearing sessions, and I'll tell you that's not something you want to do. The Planning Commission was a great way to say, flush out the birds. Hear what you were going to hear at council. You don't want to get rid of that step. The other 69 things I can't really speak to right now, but it sounds like our UDC was developed around offering more choices, and you are limiting. That was great. Was it Kay? Getting rid of the choices for the older folks that can't or don't want to maintain 3/4 of an acre and 12,000 square feet. That's not everybody in Roswell anymore. And the kids aren't going to stay here because there's no cool places to live. And the thing on Vickers, you know, I guess we want an empty gas station and food trucks down there forever. I would have preferred that nice development that they had going. So consider throwing out 3 years of real hard work. But don't try to railroad these 70 changes and gut the UDC after all the work we put into it. We won't stand for it.
Yes, sir.
Adam Braun, 70 Thompson Place. Mike, I just wanted to talk to you specifically. I mean, I think, you know, I've talked with you before, and I know how passionate you are about Roswell, and I understand that you want to serve your constituents and the people that elected you, but I think you do have to realize that there's a lot more people in Roswell than just the people that elected you. And I know you know that, I'm sure, but I think you have to realize that, you know, the changes that I think you have in mind, though I understand you want to protect those neighborhoods, I just would encourage you to educate yourself before you make some of these recommendations, because I'm concerned that it sounds like you're not seeing the whole big picture, and I understand you've sort of looked at it in detail, and I know people, that's what I do, and obviously you are more of a detailed person, but I understand also that, you know, sometimes you can miss the forest for the trees, and this is a big city, and there are a lot of unintended consequences that can come. And, you know, this is obviously one of your first meetings, and but I just would encourage you to really educate yourself on the issues and look at the big picture, because I think a lot of the things that you want to do and where your heart is could potentially endanger our city and set us back, you know, decades. And I think it's pretty scary. So I would hope also that you would take the time to listen to the professionals and the people that, I mean, it's their job. They do it all the time. The same thing, you've got a job that you know what you do professionally, and I've got my giftings as well, but there are a lot of people that they look at this and they know where cities are trending, and they spend all their waking hours doing this stuff, and I just would encourage you to listen to those people and hopefully take that into account, because, you know, there's just a lot of factors to the stuff that you're proposing. I think when I read it, I was kind of shocked, like, what in the world is going on? It's like we are going backwards in time. And I hope you don't, I don't think you're trying to send Roswell backwards, but I think that the stuff that you're proposing could potentially cause a whole heck of a lot of unintended consequences that, I mean, I think, you know, we just gotta trust the professionals and trust the people that know more, and so I just hope that you see that, because and also kind of the way that you approach this was, hugely confusing to me personally, thinking, you've got to go through a planning process before all this stuff. So, I mean, it looks like it was, you can sort of think conspiratorially, like, what is he trying to accomplish? I mean, and a lot of people, I think, can see this as a political move, but I hope that's not the case, and I hope you're concerned about at really getting input from all the citizens, not just the ones that voted you in office. So that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, I'm Joanna Benson Spencer, and I have a very broad perspective on this, so I'm probably going to be all over the map, so follow me if you can. I have lived here, was born here since 1968, so 47 years, that's how old I am. So obviously the city is very special to me. My family came here, my grandparents were from here. We've owned businesses and property here for years, and which I just inherited. So I also sell real estate. I sell commercial real estate, and I sell residential real estate, and I own quite a bit of real estate in Roswell. And and you are, first of all, I was very shocked to just hear about, I just heard about it today. I was planning on coming to this meeting anyway, but so I was a little shocked and a little upset that there was not any more transparency than 2 or 3 days notice. Also, it was mentioned, that if property owners are not notified via the mail, because you have a lot of property owners here that aren't on websites. I know some property owners around here that are in their 80s and don't know how to get on the internet. And so that lawsuit waiting to happen, there's a lot of them. And if I wouldn't have known about it tonight, I would have been one of them. Because you are definitely, what you're proposing is extremely going to be detrimental to me if I go to try to sell a piece of property here. The setbacks, all that stuff. I appreciate your hard work and your door knocking and so forth and all the people that voted for you, but the people you heard from were people that were in support of your issues. No development or the right kind of development or what you saw. But if you need to door knock on these property owners' doors, the people that pay the taxes and so forth. In addition, I pay taxes for the house I live in, and you should see the astronomical amount of taxes that I also pay on the 8 properties that I own that you're talking about affecting my value. So we need to be notified, absolutely. And I can tell you that what you're doing, I had a deal under contract in a very close proximity to here. It was commercial. It was something that was blighted. A week after the election, they pulled because of political climate change. I mean, I can tell you, I have property for sale all over here as an agent, not that I own, that I can't give it away because people don't want to deal with Roswell. So you're creating more of the same. But I also would say, what this gentleman just said, you need to involve professionals that sell it, that own it, and develop it, because I don't know what real estate experience you have other than hearing from the people that don't want it in their backyard, but nowhere in anybody's contract when you buy a piece of real estate does it give you a promise of what's coming next door. It's my right to sell my property for highest and best use, and you're taking away that right when you start doing these kind of things. So, thank you.
Hey, my name is Jason Sabatino. I'm at 735 Danbridge Way, Roswell, Georgia. First off, I'd like to applaud Mr. Palermo for having the courage to bring the discussion forward, because it's only by bringing it forward tonight that we're having the opportunity to hear everyone's opinion and talk about it. One thing I've learned over the last weeks and months is that social media brings out a lot of opinions from a lot of people, and I'm sure some people in here in this room have been on both sides of it. The fact is that times do change, and just like we're changing, looking at changes to the comprehensive plan, there's opportunities to change and refine the UDC. Obviously, a giant was awoken in the last few months, and that's reflected here with our council today. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of every single thing that was on the list that Mr. Palermo put forward this evening, but I do think it's important, that it is brought out. And I was aware of it because I look at the website and I look at the agendas and what's coming up. If people aren't interested in their property values and they're not interested or they're not interested in looking at the website and keeping up with what's going on in the city of Roswell, then that's their issue. I mean, that's why the law says, post it and participate in the conversation. And I look forward to those conversations, and I hope that I have an opportunity to participate. So, obviously there's people on both sides, but I think I just wanted to, congratulate Mr. Palermo for having that courage to bring it forward and allowing, the conversation to start, because there are a lot of concerns that people have that some of these will definitely address. And I also think will help to create a better alignment, with the Planning Commission and other organizations in Roswell City government by giving them clearer guidelines that are more aligned with the residents and what they want. What happens in downtown Roswell, may be different than what's needed in other parts of Roswell. And certainly there'll be opportunities to, look at each of these items in detail and get them right. Maybe I don't know how many items there were, let's say it's 70 items, maybe 50 of them are good or 30 of them are good. That's still progress and still moves us forward. So I just appreciate everyone's time and consideration of this and being respectful of everyone's views. Thank you.
Yes, come forward, please.
Hi, I'm Joyce Cross. I live at 2300 12 Stones Drive, and I also want to echo Jason's sentiments. I applaud Mr. Palermo for being courageous enough to step into this and question portions of the UDC. I will tell you that my home was victimized by the UDC, and high-density development went through behind my home, and it's very disturbing. And I understand people want to sell real estate and developers want to make money, but I live in this community, and I had planned to live here. I've been here since 1995, and I was discouraged. And I went to the UDC meetings, and I didn't feel like anybody from the city listened at all. They basically said, we're doing this, you'll accept this, and they moved on. And I am glad that we are questioning these things that Mr. Palermo brought up. I don't know if all of them are great or all of them are right or wrong. When you talk about affordable housing, Mr. Horton had talked about redeveloping areas so that there is affordable housing in places where high-density development would fit. High-density development did not fit behind me. The developer is going to clear-cut the entire piece of property and take down every tree, and it is in a very low area. I contacted my homeowner's insurance to get it's called an addition to your sewer drain, in case there is some sort of flooding issues and any kind of backup comes into your basement. And I was told I could only get $10,000 worth of insurance because I'm in a low area, a floodplain area. And yet this body saw fit before these other gentlemen came on board to go ahead and put a high-density development on this really low piece of property. And it was with their UDC. So, and I also saw that Mr. Palermo talked about specimen trees. Anytime you brought up trees to the city of Roswell, you almost got laughed at. It was always, this is the way developers clear-cut the property, this is the way it's done. So you know what? I'm glad these guys are on board, and I'm glad they're here, and I'm glad they're questioning each and everything that's going on. Transparency is an issue, and I'm glad that that was brought forth as well. This body also put a 350-foot tower in my neighborhood, radio tower, and guess what? The transparency was zero. There was no notification on that, okay? That had nothing to do with the UDC, but that gives you an example of why people were so angry that they came out and voted so many people off of this body. So I applaud you for what you're doing. I hope that we can get it right. I hope we can get the UDC right so that we do put high-density development where it belongs, and we are not encroaching on neighborhoods. And I'd like to see more specimen trees in the city of Roswell. I would like to see some kind of respect for the water. We are right near the Chattahoochee River. We already have flooding on Azalea Drive. I hear that on the radio all the time, flooding on Azalea Drive. Why do you think that is? Think about it. You can't just clear-cut pieces of property, knock down every single tree, and have it all work. And I don't care what experts you have, they don't live here. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Greenway. I live at 365 Noah Woods Terrace, and I'm on the Planning Commission. And I also was born and raised in Roswell. And based on the numbers I've heard of everybody that come up here tonight, I've got everybody beat on the number of years that I've lived here.
I don't know, I thought you were younger than me.
Shh. We're not going there, Jerry. I don't think any of us believed when the UDC was passed that there would not be times and needs to tweak or make changes. I don't think anybody's questioning that. There's always the need to look at that. But I think we also have to be realistically look at the time involved in doing this. And I understand you keep saying that you're very concerned about time sensitivity of dealing with some of these issues, but you also got to do the fair process. People have to be notified. It was very big to a lot of people when we went through the UDC before, that they wanted to make sure the changes weren't going to take any rights away from them. And we have to be careful with that again. We've got to spend time to look at that. So this isn't something that you can just turn over this many changes in a very short period of time. People have to be notified. Discussions have to be held. Not one discussion. It's going to take more than that. The amount of time we spend on the UDC discussing certain issues, sometimes some of those meetings, we spent the entire meeting on just 3 issues. So to think that we can do one public session and have it cover all these items, I think is unrealistic. I think there needs to be a timeline set up for when the advertising would be, for when the work sessions would be, for the different places the work sessions would be held. The public's got to be included. And I think we have to be careful that we keep in mind that maybe some of the people you're hearing from are the people who want to voice their unhappiness, but maybe not so much from the people who were content or happy with what was done. And so they've got to be given a chance to also make their comments, and then everything weighed. Yes, it's time sensitive, but everything comes back before the city council. It's not like something can be approved by any other body. You're the ones that'll make the final decision on anything that's happening between now and then. So I would appeal to you to consider the fact you've got to do a reasonable timeline for this. Being on the Planning Commission, we've had other amendments come up before us, text amendments, changes to the UDC. And sometimes on just one issue, we've spent 30 or 40 minutes discussing it. So to think that we can go through the 50-something that you had there in one meeting, I think is also unrealistic, because we've got to give it the fair time it needs to have to really discuss it. I don't want to go through a long meeting and make a bunch of approvals on something that we haven't really vetted, and then have it come back again 6 months later because enough time wasn't put into it, enough analysis wasn't done. The other thing I would challenge all of you, the hard part of the position you're in is that you're not always going to be the popular one. You have a responsibility on the city council to be sure you're making the decisions that are best for the city. And so you've got to listen to everyone, but the final decision comes down to you to decide what's best for the city in the long term. Thank you.
I'm Doug Curling, 11200 Bowen Road in Roswell. My family's lived here 30 years. We own a substantial amount of property here, both residential and commercial. I have 3 comments. It's past my bedtime. Comment number 1, we spent an hour and a half on a clerical error this afternoon on something we completely understood the intent of. I cannot imagine what will happen if we make 70 changes to the UDC that we can't even put in writing anything about what the reason for them is, what the background of it is. The staff had time to look at it and comment on it is. So it isn't about the changes that we're making. My concerns are about the process that we're following or not following. When I ran a big, large corporation, I expected people to be able to present and sell ideas. I expected those presentations to be in writing, and I expected their comments and observations to be opined on by others that are more expert or might have more knowledge or background about that. We got none of that in this document. We essentially got a laundry list of 70 items with no background, no briefing, no anything. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that the group that represents the people that own the property here, like me, are going, I'm not sure what this is, but it affects me and I'm concerned about it. I want to understand that. 2, people are buying these properties. These are people's houses that we're talking about. Whether we like them as apartments, whether we like them as townhomes or not, people are buying them. Some are citizens of Roswell now that are downsizing and want to stay here because of all the great things we have going on. Some are new people coming to town. So it's not just about zoning, it's also about people. And when we talk about this, we have to be mindful of that because everybody's motives here are trying to get it right, not trying to keep anybody out or in. 3rd, I'll just echo some of the comments everybody else has said. This is a really friendly town. People get along. We like it here. What's been happening the last couple of months doesn't reflect the way the town really is, and I'm looking to everyone on this council to try and lead that campaign for all of us. Thank you.
Lee Fleck, 435 North Pond Trail, Martin's Landing. I want to compliment Councilman Palermo on his due diligence to present the opportunity to reevaluate many aspects of the UDC. I also want to speak on the bogus public meetings that were held by this city during the UDC presentation. It was presented with a Kaizen method, which is the way that municipalities manipulate input from the public. They have a professional come up and stand up and give a dissertation. They immediately cut off any question and answer period. They do not allow public questioning and answer. They break out into little groups where they can publicly control the discourse and they can focus in on anybody who has a disagreement and carry him away from the topics under conversation. So I hopefully wish to remind you of how terrible those public meetings were, and that if you have them where you have public question and answer period. Thank you.
Would anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir, come forward.
Good evening. I'm Dave Schmidt, 12660 Silver Fox Court here in Roswell. Probably if I think about someone to blame, I may have been part of that first group because I want to take you back. The original thought about a UDC, and we didn't know it back then, was when the 2030 Comprehensive Plan came out. We did it in 2010. That goes back 6 years. And the idea back then was we were recognizing that we had deteriorating areas in our town. I moved here 22 years ago, and when I came up Holcomb Bridge, it seemed vibrant and lively. But in 22 years, it's gotten staler and older and tougher to redevelop. And one of the things that was very clear in those discussions was protect the neighborhoods, focus on the redevelopment areas. That didn't change any. But what did get introduced was choice, and that's been used a couple of times tonight. I'm a developer, so I'm the bane of all this evil in the end of the day, right? But it's a complex business. I can't tell you that we know everything we do will work. We deal with a lot of regulation, the marketplace, people's choices, engineering, water, electricity, all kinds of things that fit into whether a development can happen or not. And this regulation is part of that process we have to go through when we think about what is it that we can develop. And it's got to predict everything that ultimately a consumer or a shopper or someone who's working in an office space is ultimately going to say, this is what I want to, where I want to be and what I want to be in. So the point I want to make is that when we were during that time, we said that we needed to have some choices. And some of the things we're talking about in terms of our RS4, the RS6, the smaller categories, were ones that said, let's create the choice, but don't entitle it anywhere. Let the council make decisions about things that, as they get presented, you can weigh in on it or not weigh in on it, vote it in or vote it out. And that was part of the process because we couldn't predict the kinds of things that might show up over time. Now, having said that, 6 years has passed by. There's certainly a lot of commentary. I don't personally feel, I live in the suburbs here in Roswell, to die on that hill and say that we got to redevelop some small pods around our suburban areas, to me, is not a priority. Never was in 2010, continues not to be today. That's not the kind of work I do as a developer. I do focus on redevelopment. My challenge for you, in you going through the items that you listed, as you, Councilman Palermo, you started with suburban residential. That's category 3. When you moved into 4, corridor nodes, mixed use, all the other categories, there are a lot of things in those categories that you mentioned that will create challenges. Redevelopment is difficult. Our code we had in the 1980s was predicated on green grass, and everything was easy. And we could set on just things were routine and normal. Redevelopment, everything is unique. There is no repeating patterns. In fact, most of what we'll deal with in our areas up and down 9 and Holcomb Bridge have to assemble properties, have to try and figure out stormwater that's not shared, has to figure out how we're going to deal with traffic flows that aren't natural right now. They're complex, and this code tried to introduce options to cover that. Can it address every single thing that comes up? No. That's where creativity, the comments made about professionals, you better have people understand the development world, architecture, engineering, design, codes. They better be at the table because there are a lot of unintended consequences that happen there. I'll close with, I also sit on the Development Authority. You own a piece of property right now called Roswell Plaza. The Development Authority's not engaged yet. Much of what you wrote in here will affect you. You are a property owner now, and you may or may not be a developer with that property. Some of the things you're talking about will severely limit the ability for that property to redevelop. There's impact. You may have your own unintended consequences to some of these changes. So I'm just saying, those things are important. They're complicated. They take time to figure out, and it isn't a quick drafting up of some items to change on the UDC and think that's as simple as it gets. But I will reinforce, suburbia, I think many of us would say as developers, leave it the way it is. But some of those things are coming over into the area that's involving Holcomb Bridge, Highway 9, redevelopment areas. And when you're crossing over there and creating limitations, it really makes it tough for us in the development business to figure out how to solve the puzzle. And there, in some cases, we can't solve it. We just can't.
My name's Ralph Mills. I don't sleep here, I live here. I own property at 23 Oak Street. I've owned it for 20 years. I started investing in Roswell in 1995. I've worked here since 1989. My entire life, more or less, working life has been spent in Roswell. The last three speakers have been very eloquent. And stated, plainly, without emotion, the problems with much of what we're doing here with this process that we have already spent years and years and years on. To give you one instance, the Groveway charrette, the Groveway process was 4 years in the making. Started, I believe, in 2008. Lasted through like approximately 2012. I don't have my notes. We had 2 full-day charrettes. We had, I think, 4 official meetings that were like guided meetings, so to speak. And then we had something like 15 to 17 other interested party meetings, citizens, business owners, tenants, whoever else was there. To think that some of the things, after you repeated and repeated and repeatedly said it was only residential, it's not residential, and some of the things that you said will affect, I believe, if I understood it correctly, my property. After you've worked on something like that and put in easily over 100 hours, and maybe even in the 200-hour range, just on this specific project, And to hear you come up and say, and I apologize, I don't mean to be specifically to you, the anti-growth people that have come in here and manipulated the system. But the bottom line is, well, I think Becky hates Roswell. I think that pushes the envelope a little bit. But anyway, my point is to come in here and say that we have to rush this thing through after just one part of the UDC, the Groveway part, took 4 years in the making, and now we've got to rush it through. We've got to get there by February 15th. You know, I think there's going to be problems. I hope not. We've worked on this for way too long. I own some substantial properties here. I think probably most of you have been to my properties that we have redeveloped. I'm very proud, very, very proud of what I've done and what I've been a part of here. I appreciate the help that I've had in the past, and I hope that help continues in the future. Thank you.
Who else would like to speak? Yes, come forward.
My name is Denise Rao. I live at 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia, 30076. I'm very excited that we are starting this process, and actually I think we might already have some areas of agreement. I was a member of the UDC committee, and a lot of what is embodied in these text changes, there were some members who actually wanted the UDC to start that way. Take a more strategic approach. Focus the development, the higher density zoning categories on the commercial corridors. And basically keep suburban residential, leave it alone. The best way in suburban residential to increase walkability is to add sidewalks to the major streets. Not everywhere, just the major streets. That would do more to make us more walkable in those areas than high density development, cottage courts, townhouses, etc. As a member of the committee, I want to say that I found our approach to be decidedly opaque and not transparent. I didn't feel that the public meetings really encouraged a wide open, free-form discussion. I felt that breaking everyone up into little groups, this is so new to so many people. So you sit with your neighbors, and your neighbor makes a comment, and you say, oh, yes. And that reminds me of something else. Well, that did not happen in the UDC meetings. Another thing is that we always talk about misinformation. I think it's kind of sad because we've really gotten to the point where we really talk past one another. We often use the same words, but we mean different things. It's almost like now we're on two separate trains heading in opposite directions. But really, misinformation really started back in 2013 because the people who did show up, and I will admit, and trust me, my neighbors think I'm a pain in the neck, as I'm always encouraging people. It's always better to be involved than not involved. But people in suburban residential were told, UDC, it won't change your neighborhood. Now, was that because people thought neighborhood, oh, that only means your HOA? Well, to me, neighborhood is my house. It's the house across the street. It's the houses to the right. It's to the left. It's the people that I talk to and meet every day when I walk my dog. Neighborhood to us is much more expansive because it's really about the people who we care about, the people who care about us. So I think some of the misunderstanding, especially in suburban residential, as I can talk to that, started right there. And yes, we did not pay as much attention as we should have. But somehow those big yellow signs going up in people's front yards, their backyards, really concentrated people's attention. And one of the amazing things about this process is you have a lot of citizens who are experts on the UDC. And if anyone has been attending the comp plan meetings, you would know that we have a very highly educated citizenry. So that should be actually no surprise. So it's not about misinformation sometimes. Sometimes it's just that we don't agree. Because why do we need misinformation if we have the facts? Just in closing, I want to say that sometimes, yes, we have to consider what the experts say, but sometimes it is better to trust the people. Again, as a member of the UDC committee, I want to point out that our consultant actually wanted to diminish the amount of public input. Our consultant wanted to, if it was a zoning of 5 acres or less, he suggested that no public notice go up, no public input. Yes, after I gave him my Mr. Smith Goes to Washington talk, I will have to credit all of you because we never heard that again. But truly, one of the joys of living in Roswell is, as a citizen, being able to study an issue and stand in front of your neighbors and talk to council and actually be persuasive and have them agree that you made a good argument based on the rules. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Anyone else wish to speak? Come forward, please.
Hi, I'm Laurie Boss. I live at 11570 Northgate Way in Roswell. And I guess longtime fan, first time caller. Never been up here before, so please forgive me if I'm a little nervous. Thank you, Councilman Palermo. We really appreciate you coming up with these changes to the UDC. My property was going to be affected by development right before all the election and everything happened. So I had my head in the sand until all of this happened. So I wasn't involved in the UDC talks several years ago. I just became involved recently. And I think we need to maybe talk about it again and maybe change a few things, because I think that, you know, a big development, you know, with massive amounts of houses in an RS30 area needs to be looked at again. And I personally think that maybe having the UDC has, with these, I don't know if you want to call them loopholes or open-ended things, where we have to, you know, the developer has to come to you and you have to say, well, yay on this one or nay on that one. That to me seems like we're actually opening up a can of worms for lawsuits for you guys, for the city, versus, you know, going ahead and having something buttoned up where, you know, they know what they can come to you with. They have no choice. And that doesn't mean that it can't be looked at, it may be tweaked, but that's just kind of my personal opinion, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, my name is Mary Holvey, and I live at 10535 Turner Road. And basically, I am not that familiar with the policies. What I have noticed in today's meeting, which is always a pleasure to see you, Mayor, is that you can't expect anyone in politics to walk into it and decide that they're going to do what the predecessors have signed. There has to be some tweaking. As Mike said, that he went door to door, and all the candidates went door to door, and it has to be some kind of compromise. Like in the afternoon, they compromise. That's what politics is about. It's compromise and working together. And I think the main thing is that all of us have noticed as a group, whether you're for something or against something, is that we're seeing that at least there's communications in regards to all the councils, and they're working together and making Roswell better. So that's one thing that I would like to say, and thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thank you.
Monica Hagewood at 6110 Mountain Wheel Drive. I come here from a lot of different faces. I'm a resident, obviously, and I also have, my husband and I purchased a small home that we intend to redevelop and retire in. We intend to be here a long time. We have 4 kids, and we're expecting our 3rd grandchild in May. We have a lot of family. My daughter-in-law already is from here. This is where we want to be. And so I come from that, because you often hear me as I am for right now the chair of the Downtown Development Authority, hear me on that side of it too. But I was also on the UDC steering committee, and there were so many meetings, and I have to agree, there's a lot of things we could tweak on that process. There was so much work done in those meetings, and it was tedious work, it was detailed work, and we would spend hours just talking about, I remember one time, just the setback on Canton Street, and how do you make sure we preserve those neighborhoods. I would just challenge you guys all not to underestimate the amount of work went in. And I remember and another point that was made is that people didn't come. Guys, that room was not packed with people who were interested. That was not packed, people weren't showing up. You know, it was usually the few of us and then a few in the audience. Could there have been more conversation? Yes, but I mean, there were over 65 meetings. There was a lot of opportunity for input. I just think I know the heart is good. I know you guys, I know you, and Mike, we've talked. I know what you want as far as preserving the suburbs, and I absolutely 100% support that. When you look at that list, it's not a few tweaks. It is an overhaul. You can't say that it's not. And when you start getting into the nodes and then down the corridors, what it gets in the way of is being able to implement a vision that when we, as members of the DDA, we looked at all the studies and all that. The vision that we all talk about is this sweet, walkable, tree-lined, bikes, lots of generations in the downtown area. We don't have that, guys, not really, not a lot. We have a lot of properties that need reinvestment. In order to get that vision on the ground, we've got to have developers that can think out of the box, and we can use those different, like Dave was talking about, bring in those different kinds of residential, retail, and office, all those things in that area. When you look at those changes, those things can't happen. It puts a dead stop on the kind of village scale redevelopment and reinvestment we need. You can't not go forward. Well, wait, you can not go forward, but you can't just stay the same. And we really need that reinvestment. So my challenge is not that it doesn't need tweak, because I can jump up and down. There's things that need to be improved in UDC without a doubt. But to think that we can do that in a rush, when it was being done over 18 months, there were people filing lawsuits that it was being rushed and it was too fast. I think when you compare those two, it's just take the time, let's come together, and let's make the right decisions and understand, and I think unintended consequences, I've heard that several times, so we don't have unintended consequences that none of us want. Because when you read the visioning, we all are on the same page. Anyway, thanks.
Anyone else wish to speak? See no hands up. Public hearing is closed. We have a motion to move forward to put it on the next available Planning Commission meeting to try to schedule some work sessions before then. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, do I have an opportunity to respond at a high level?
This is called discussion.
Excellent.
The floor is yours.
So, I definitely took to heart and listened closely to every comment that was made today. I heard a number of comments in support of what I'm doing. I heard a number of comments with some serious concerns, and I heard you very loudly, and I really do appreciate your input, and I really value your input. And that's really what my goal is here. That's my goal tonight. That's my goal as we do this public process and we have our sessions, et cetera. with that, and I want to specifically call something out. You know, it was addressed earlier. Really challenging concerns that this goes against density in the commercial areas and making things walkable. And I heard a number of different aspects around that, the commercial piece. I very aggressively want to increase redevelopment in our commercial areas, aggressively. And so there are some items on here that propose changes. These are things that we're all going to discuss. I hope each of you that spoke about it today, I hope you'll continue and be involved in the process, because I want to hear from you. I want to make sure that what we're doing is we're creating a code that gives us the ability to redevelop those corridors. At the same time, separate from that, it sounded like more people were understanding and seeing that there are some major changes to the residential areas. And that is an important thing that was learned, and again, not from a specific group of people, not from a small subset. That was from a very large set of people, a very random sampling in the sense of the process of an election. So I think it is very important to realize that. But again, I absolutely want to listen to each and every one of you. I absolutely want to increase the involvement of people that will get involved, because I really do want us to work together. And even though I'm here, I had to very painfully read this long list of items. If we discuss this, if staff's bringing up points, if the community's bringing up points, I will be the first one to say, I don't want to move forward with that line item. And that will be my recommendation. I can't speak for any other members in council. Maybe they'll still want to go through with one. Maybe they'll scrap this all tonight and they won't even support the initiation. I can't speak for anybody else. I can speak for myself. I'll be in this process and all processes with a completely open mind, hearing from you. And I do find it unfortunate to hear. I heard a couple concerns from a number of commercial owners in the room. I will tell you right now, it's very unfortunate to hear of any possible deals that would have fell through, because I'll tell you right now, I feel those individuals that choose not to move forward with the deal made a very poor decision, because again, I can only speak for myself, but I'm a council member who wants to aggressively go after and find possibilities for redevelopment. And again, if there's any items in here on this list that aren't helping that in the commercial area, let's talk about it. And as the way the mayor very generously helped with the motion, if there's other items in here that aren't helping with our commercial redevelopment, let's look at those items too. But again, there was a very strong message from voters, from individuals just out there, that let's protect our neighborhoods. And it's even something we've heard from the development community here saying, slow down with this, let's make sure to be careful in our commercial area, but an understanding that in the residential area, there is a very loud consensus. So as I look to see how the council members will vote in supporting this initiation, realize I am looking forward to this public process, and just with that urgency is to make sure that this council member that you elected is not gonna sit by on the big major items that have occurred through overall campaign pledges.
Any further discussion before
Yes.
we take a vote?
I'd like to reiterate the fact that I am vitally interested in redevelopment of the commercial corridors. There's no question about that. And anything that's in here that may negatively impact redevelopment is something that I want to take a very close look at. But one question I have never been able to get an answer to about when the UDC was passed, why in the world did you take out all references to density, even in the suburban residential areas? It makes no sense to me that you're going to pass something like this so that any developer comes in, their attorney can say, well, the UDC allows it because there's no density limitation. So the density limitations were completely removed from the zoning process. It meant that every zoning request, whether it was R4 or R6 or whatever, came to council, and neighbors had to come into council and object to the kind of dense development that was being proposed. So I've yet to have a good answer from anybody as to why density limitations were removed from the zonings.
I will give you the explanation given to me. Whether it's a good or bad explanation, you be the judge of. But the explanation given to me was because when you looked at the setback requirements and the open space requirements and the buffer requirements, that would create a limitation on how much you could develop. So it was, rather than focusing on density, they focused on setbacks and buffers and green space. Again, I'm not asking you to accept it. I'm just asking you, that was the explanation given to me.
Unfortunately, that's not what happened.
Further discussion, Councilmember Diamond.
There's been a lot of things said here that have played into the narrative that's been going through my head, and, you know, misinformation and transparency were things I heard a lot in the fall. And I've been a victim of that, if there is such a thing, in public office. You know, people can say most anything and attribute it to me. I've got a copy of an email that went to several hundred people that says, my goal, Nancy Diamond's goal, is to put high-density developments into your residential areas. That's why I woke up one morning and said, that is my goal in life. Absolutely never happened. I had no specific initiatives going into the UDC. It was a totally open process, but yet you will never convince some people that it wasn't a done deal. This feels like a done deal. I didn't see it or hear about it. I heard about it, that there was a thing Wednesday night. I heard staff got it Thursday night. First I saw of it was Friday when you all saw it on the website. Is that transparent? I'm not even arguing what's in there. We're not even at that point yet. I can't imagine that that's what we're looking for. I can't imagine that anybody, if we had done this 6 months ago, people would be rioting in here. There is no way we would have considered ramming things through. I don't even know who wrote this. I don't believe it was Mike. It has Kent's name on it. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know who was involved. I'm sure somebody hopefully will tell us, but it certainly wasn't an open process. We've never had things come to us where we're having to discuss at a council meeting whether that's even a viable thing. I mean, I don't even know where to start. If this had come to, and some of our council members before would have jumped up and down like a crazy person because we would even think about addressing this at the council level without any staff involvement, without any discussion. And, you know, we don't even know if Code Studio is available. They do other cities. You know, there were numerous times where we thought, this is absolutely what we want. This will protect this, this will solve this. And they'd say, okay, so-and-so tried that, and this is what they got. Sometimes what you think you want isn't what you want. And you need to be able to vet those things out. And I look at just grazing through it, and what I see is sending a message that you have to have a certain amount of income to look at Roswell. And of that subset, if you're an empty nester or you don't want a big house, like I did, move down, you're not welcome anymore. Do you know how much disposable income we're sending out the door? Pastor of my church moved to Milton because we didn't have a place for him to live. I just think we've lost our way on this, and I appreciate it's all in goodwill and all in understanding, but the fact that there were yellow signs is a constitutional right of every property owner. It's not an approval. An application is not an approval. And I don't care how many times you say, we're all gonna approve it, that doesn't make it true. It's a better story, but it's not the fact. And, you know, because people were told things, I heard people that were told there was gonna be Section 8 housing on Sassafras. I saw emails from people in this room that said there's going to be a commercial development with a large senior facility on that property. That was never in the conversation. So altogether, I guess my concern about this is no matter what we decide to do about these, we need to be open and honest about who's involved and make sure everybody's in it. You know, none of us got into government because we wanted to do things slowly. It is frustrating. It is difficult. It is horribly inconvenient. But it is crucial to the public trust. And I can't be a part of it if we're not going to be open about it. So I can't support this without it going through the processes that we have. And I hope I will be surprised.
Councilmember Palermo.
So with that, I heard a few rumors from you that I
never heard from any other residents that I've ever talked to. But I think that's getting a little off target. I think what I'd ask you to focus on, because I would love that together we're able to find a good solution, and together showing that I think this is an important vote, showing that the city council is listening to the residents, the city council is protecting their neighborhoods. And my concern, and what I feel really makes this different in going through this process of bringing it here first to council, is to purely show the urgency, to purely show that this is front of mind, this is of the utmost importance. This is an important thing from the election. It's an important thing from everybody's mind, what they're looking at. And again, another thing that I was a little concerned with that you said, you picked it up and you said you're feeling like it's a done deal. I think I was pretty clear and could show that pretty sincere, that if there's any item on here, even though I'm the one that raised it, if there's any item that we discuss and that we see with staff and we see with the community, the experts, development, et cetera, that there's a downstream consequence, that there's an unintended consequence, then I'll be the first one to say we should be scrapping that. I will not support that item. But I think what we have right here is a big list that just shows it's top of mind. Together, let's protect the neighborhoods, and this is what all of the Roswell residents want. There are some residents that would have no problem if their neighborhood turned into a lot of townhouses. There's a strong majority that prefers that their exact neighborhood would not turn in, and that goes earlier to Mr. Schmidt's point, is the fact that what we need to do is we need to look at having redevelopment to make sure we're incentivizing, we're increasing in the commercial areas, but really understanding that certain little pockets in certain little suburban residential areas should be protected. So that's why I say there's a strong majority of people that would agree in their own neighborhood.
Councilmember Zapata.
Well, I appreciate all of you who came with different views from all kind of places from Roswell. That is great feedback. But, I hear a lot about development, redevelopment, and more development. But no one talk about the correlation between development, real estate development, and infrastructure. And this scares me because, we have to be conscious that every single development or redevelopment will have some kind of impact on infrastructure. Transportation being on top of the list, that if we keep throwing more people here and we don't invest in infrastructure, transportation, and traffic, then the life is more miserable. Public works, water, sewer, no one talk about that, how to resolve this problem. Police, and fire, that we need, the marshal to cover more territory, the police and the emergency response to have to attend more houses. No one see the big picture, and this is what we have to also install in the discussion here about development and infrastructure hand to hand and a direct correlation. So I look forward to talk to all of you about infrastructure as well, that will complement all the development that have to be done in Roswell. Thank you.
Anyone? Councilmember Orleans.
Councilman Palermo, I understand your sense of urgency on the issue and why. Excuse me. But I think you heard from multiple different people tonight what I was trying to say at the very beginning, that we need to have this vetted out, and I don't think you need to put a deadline of March 15th, even though you want to push this along for the Planning Commission, because we need to vet it out, staff needs to have their input, we need to have the expert give us the feedback on it, pros and cons, because as was said by other people in the audience, we had issues that we thought was a good direction, and with his input, we thought, well, yeah, you're right, that's not a good way to go. So I'd hate to see us moving forward too quickly to miss the things that we need to put into it. And I'm not arguing that, the UDC when it's passed, there's going to be tweaking to it all the way along, and some of these things may be great, some of them may be terrible. I don't know, because I just saw it Friday as well, so I've not had a chance to even go through it. And we all were trying to protect the suburban residential, and we put wording into the UDC to do that. Maybe people don't think it's strong enough, but we put it in there to make sure everything had to come back to the council so that it could be vetted out and could be turned down or whatever needed to be done. unfortunately, there were some projects came up that never came to us to even make that determination. So my point is to you that the earliest possible commission meeting, make sure that word possible is in there, and it's based on the input, it's based on the progress of us being able to meet and staff being involved and a consultant being involved. And I don't think you should have that deadline of March 15th because the Planning Commission is going to want to put some time and effort into it as after we have some input as well. And as you've heard again from everybody, and I've learned over the years, it never moves as fast as you think or you want it to do in government and city movement when you are trying to get input from multiple sources of people. So just keep that in mind, and I think we should move on to look at these things, but don't push it too fast.
Any further discussion? As I understand it, the motion is to initiate the changes to the UDC that were recited and to place this on the earliest possible Planning Commission meeting. With that, all in favor of the motion, raise their hand.
Actually, if I can make one comment that.
Yes.
Having seconded the motion, maybe Mr. Palermo, acceptable change that would be earliest reasonable. Now, what is determined to be reasonable is open for discussion, but it takes away that rush to try and get it through, because I think we all agree we want to make sure things are done correctly, but that there is an urgency to continue moving forward. But I think everyone would agree that we want to have the input that we've said we want.
Mr. Palermo, would you reconsider your motion?
Yes, I would.
So the motion would be to initiate the zoning changes, to schedule public hearings at work session and committee meetings, and I would simply say to be a date set at a later time by council with trying to move this forward as soon as possible.
Agreed.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, it is.
We have a motion and a second to initiate. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That was Orleans, Horton, Eichelart. That's unanimous. It's a wonderful thing when we have a discussion and come up with a unanimous decision. So I encourage everyone to follow this. There are unintended consequences anytime you make these amounts of changes, and let's try to see through. So the second question, there was a suggestion for a moratorium, and if you could explain the scope of the moratorium so I could understand the suggestion.
So the suggestion for the moratorium would be around specific residential zoning codes with the that are seen as the higher density ones. So again, it's just a temporary moratorium as
You have a specific proposal, because to a generality when the moratorium doesn't work, we need something specific.
I wrote some notes as I was thinking about this. But for example, so some of the biggest things, here.
We don't need a big thing, we need a specific proposal, because a big thing isn't going to work. It's got to be, and if you're proposing a moratorium, it's going to have to be specific, I assume, Mr. Davidson, unless we say all rezoning.
David, do you mind actually bringing up the one that you and I discussed while I look for it? It would have temporarily dealt with townhomes, RS4, RS6. So looking at a temporary moratorium on acceptance of zoning applications for rezonings to RS9, RS6, RS4, townhome, cottage court, RM2, and RM3. And again, very temporarily, just while we decide what the finalized changes would be as council and planning commission and everyone else.
Well, we don't know how long that's going to be.
Then-
We're going to move forward with due diligence. But if the council wishes to pass a moratorium, I will tell you where I stand. This was not on the agenda. I would like there to be public notice before we vote on a moratorium. I wouldn't object to a special call meeting, but to vote on it tonight without any prior notice, I believe it's out of order. And even if there were a vote, although I'm not opposed to a moratorium if it's properly drafted and there's public notice, I would take action against it.
And
So, having said that, what's your preference?
my preference is to request a special meeting on Wednesday morning, then, if that's,
Mr. Davidson, can we have a special call meeting to discuss the moratorium on Wednesday morning?
Provided there's 24 hours notice, that would be appropriate.
Well, if this,
Well, it's after midnight now, so it's getting close. But you still have 24 hours.
We've got 24 hours. Is there a motion
After the
to
committee meeting
have a
would be
special call meeting after the committee meeting on Wednesday?
yes.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Can I ask for some clarification of what is mean?
To discuss a moratorium on those
No.
zoning categories which Mr. Palermo cited.
I'm asking for clarification of what notification needs to take place 24
Mr.
hours
Davidson,
prior.
that would come from Mr. Davidson.
Just notification of the special call meeting. That's the notification. And then the consideration of the moratorium would be on the agenda.
There is a motion for a special call meeting. A question by Councilmember Orleans.
My question, Mr. Davidson, is I know in the past we've had discussions about moratoriums and there are certain legal ramifications to it and timing and so forth. Can you outline any of those thoughts right now on?
Well, a moratorium basically maintains the status quo while you work through the issue, and it needs to be pretty much an emergency. And from the way that it's been discussed tonight, you know, it's just you maintain the status quo by not accepting applications, so somebody doesn't run in and throw in an application for something that you're trying to change in the UDC.
Let me see if I understand this.
Yeah, the maximum time usually is about 90 days. It can be extended. I wouldn't go over 90 days.
Is this an application for rezoning or is this application for building permit if you're already zoned?
My understanding, it's rezonings.
So it wouldn't affect currently zoned property. It would be, I will tell you guys, my recommendation, and we'll have this meeting Wednesday and y'all can pass a moratorium, but zoning is a discretionary call by council. And I think you can approach the same destination by simply not granting zoning without a moratorium. But of course, that's your call. I just like to take the simple approach is that if you see a zoning come forward which doesn't look good, you turn it down.
My concern would be the potential for lawsuits if,
Mr. Davidson, do you see a potential for lawsuits if we fail to pass a moratorium?
There's always the possibility that somebody's in the process now of preparing their plans and getting ready to apply, and they could.
Well, but
dump it in the
they would have to say that we denied the rezoning. It would not be.
But it would be based on the code as it is now, not as the code as it's going to be if there are changes.
Okay.
So the moratorium keeps it the way it is now, and you don't accept any applications. Then when the changes are made, then they can.
They're
apply.
under the change.
Right.
All right, all right. So we have a motion and a second. Was there a second? We have a motion to have a special call meeting Wednesday, follow committee meeting by Councilmember Palermo. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Zapata. I'm not going to have a public discussion on this. I'm going to be a son of a bitch. It's getting late. But because I'll just drag it all back up again. We have a motion and a second. You can come Wednesday and express your support or displeasure. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Horton, Eaglehart, Palermo, and Zapata. All opposed? Diamond and Orleans. Now, we had a long discussion on the first one, so that we're just going to have to suffice for the discussion on the second one, because I can call a special call meeting without any council meeting notice or discussion. And with that council support, I would call a special call meeting regardless of what the vote was. All right. Next item. What's next?
9.
Public safety.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion for approval for the mayor and the city administrator to sign an automatic aid agreement with Sandy Spring.
Let's
And
first
this will be presented by Fire Chief Ricky Burnett.
All right, Ricky. Make it quick.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm here, thank you, Councilmember Zapata. Mayor and Council, I'm here to ask for your approval to move forward with the automatic aid agreement between the City of Roswell and Sandy Springs. Some of the key points I'd like to bring up: if we approve this, it will increase the efficiency and daily operating resources of the Roswell Fire Department. It'll have a positive impact on maintaining a Class 2 ISO rating that we have. There will be absolutely no startup cost to the City of Roswell. And Sandy Springs Fire Department will share in the cost of the utilities and the daily essentials with an estimated annual cost of $7,850.
Do we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the right-hand side, who I never look at, Councilman Orleans and Councilmember Horton, I believe. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. We're down to recreation. We actually have 2 items on the recreation. The first is Waller Park Extension Master Plan, and the second is the consideration of the item pulled off of the consent agenda.
Thank you, sir. This item is to approval to accept the Waller Park extension, and Grimes Bridge Park Master Plan. And Mr. Rogers is still here. He is going to tell us about it briefly.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. We are asking tonight the acceptance of the master plan for the Waller Park Extension, Grimes Bridge, and Oxbow Trail area. This has been maybe about a year and a half in the actual making. The plan calls for 49 improvements to the area. Of those right now, 11 of them have already been done because of the process with the water tower and the building of the pool and the adaptive field. And we were we're not asking for any money tonight. We're just asking for approval of the plan so that the Recreation Commission then can begin setting priorities for the future of this particular park area. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Does the council have any questions? No questions. Any questions from the audience? Are these plans available for public review?
Yes, they're.
And where could they see
they're
these
online.
plans?
They can get one at our office here at Suite 100, or they're all available online.
They're available online under the Recreation Department?
Yes, sir.
And they're wonderful plans.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Horton. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Next item,
Next item is approval of a resolution supporting a study by the Consumer Product Safety Commission to determine the safety and the use of crumb rubber as infill for synthetic athletic fields. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. In November of 2015, Senator Nelson and Senator Blumenthal, Senator Nelson of Florida and Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut, wrote a letter to the chairman of the Consumer Product Safety Commission asking the commission to lead an independent investigation into the safety or to the health risk of using crumb rubber in the artificial turf fields. As you know, we have 7 turf fields here in Roswell, and we use, on those infields, we use the crumb rubber. We are simply asking for a resolution in support of the commission doing an independent study to basically tell us if in fact the fields are safe or not. So we're just asking for support of that particular study to be done by the commission.
Any questions? Do we have a motion to approve? Council, yes, questions? Councilmember Diamond.
Mr. Rogers, I know we've seen a lot of studies that say it's dangerous and a lot of studies that say it's not. Can you tell us a little bit about the partnerships? I know it's not just the consumer group.
Right.
It's
yeah. The letter that they sent to the commission is asking the commission to get with the CDC and all other agencies that need to be involved in determining whether this is safe or not. So it would be truly an independent study, not biased one way or the other, so that we can make the right determination.
Councilmember Palermo.
And what is the expected time frame of this study?
We don't. That's not been outlined because now they're just simply asking for the commission to do the study. So they haven't agreed to do the study yet. So don't know what the time frame is.
Interesting.
There's not any mention of the time frame.
Sure. And so, are there any parks that are currently being slotted to get this type of technology,
No.
this type of turf?
No, we have no plans right now to do additional turfs at any of our facilities as of right now.
Excellent, because I definitely would have concerns with putting any new ones in before having all the results. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Is there any chance that we can also involve the State of Georgia Environmental Protection Division, EPD? Can we request to them as well to get involved and on this study or any study that they can conduct, like they do, I guess, I study in California, they do the EPD in California, they do themselves the study. Can we get Georgia involved and engage?
And as part of the response, the Consumer Product Safety Commission noted that there was a study being done in California and that they were lending assistance to that particular study. But again, one of the problems with that study is it's being funded by the recycling effort by a recycling group in the state of California. So again, that the possibility of that being a biased study exists with the study in California. But as far as asking the Georgia group, we haven't done that, but because we were just really piggybacking on a request that was going to the commission. We're basically asking support to ask our legislators to send a letter to the commission saying, yes, we really want to do this study.
Can we also send a letter to the EPD in Georgia?
Certainly we could. If that was the pleasure of the council, we could certainly do that.
In addition to involve them?
Well, knowing the state budget, my expectation would be is they're going to defer to the federal government study. But if it's the wish of council to write a letter, I'd be glad to sign it. Councilmember Palermo.
But I do like the idea of, in addition to this study, supporting a letter, since that's very low cost for the city. But just wanted to raise awareness and questions. Out of curiosity, so can you remind me, what do we project as the cost of a study approximately, and what do we project approximately as the cost of
We're not
resolving?
projecting.
I'm sorry?
We're not projecting, because the federal government has not shared any of their projections, and the city of Roswell's projected cost would be zero.
Okay, and then the second part of my question, out of curiosity, what is the projected cost if we were to replace one of these turf fields? Not that I feel cost is a factor if there are legitimate health concerns, but more of just to understand the process.
To be honest with you, I don't know the answer right now. I could certainly get that for you for each of our fields.
How much did we spend the first round on these turf fields?
We put in 7 fields at a cost of about a little over $3 billion to put in all 7 of them.
So the cost would not be the same because a lot of the underlayment is done, but it would be, let's just say it'd be substantial.
We could certainly get that information. I'm sure it's available, and we can get those numbers and run them on our fields and come back with the cost.
Excellent. And again, that's an area where I wouldn't, if there is a legitimate health concern, I wouldn't want cost to be a reason for us to not cure an issue. It's more of I just want to understand.
Any other questions of council? Do we have a motion? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Given all the chemicals components of the crown rubber, do you think that this is one of those cases that it is better to assume that the crown rubber is unsafe until there is enough strong independent evidence that it is safe?
Yeah. As Director of Recreation and Parks, I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the resolution in question and to, well.
Motion to approve the
Yeah, and
resolution to write the letter. Is there a second?
Wait, I'm not done. And to send a letter to EPD, Georgia EPD, in support of
They're
their
doing
own
an
effort
additional
or the
study.
national one.
So we'll have 2 studies out there. That's wonderful. There's a motion, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Palermo. I'm sure we have a citizen here who'd like to comment. Is anyone here like to comment tonight?
Lee Fleck, 435 North Pond Trail, Martins Landing. To the motion, let me state emphatically that there is no study by the Consumer Product Safety Division. They do not have the authority to conduct such a study, nor does the EPA. Now, I need this turned on here, please. Let me read you a statement from December of last year, which is after the date that Mr. Morgan quoted. The senators had breached the subject matter with the CDC. This is from the chairman of the Consumer Product Safety Division, Commission, Chairman Elliott Kay, regarding crumb rubber. CDC will continue to work closely with our federal and state partners toward ending the uncertainty surrounding crumb rubber. California's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment is planning to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of crumb rubber, and the CDC will provide the state with technical assistance. The EPA also stated the same. Now, state and local governments are the primary agencies for regulating the management and disposal of used tires and any portion thereof. State and local governments are the primary agencies for regulating and management of used tires and have been responsible for assessing the environmental and public health impacts. The decision to use tire crumb remains a state and local decision. The EPA and the Consumer Product Safety Commission has no regulations to prohibit the use of crumb rubber tires. Okay, now this is the EPA website. This is the Georgia EPA, and it goes into that they're responsible, what they're responsible for. Okay, you can get the entire website, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen. They are responsible for scrap tires, recycling. They are responsible for its use in artificial turf, and they so note crumb rubber. It is the state's responsible, EPD. You're wasting your time going to Consumer Product Safety Commission. They cannot do anything. Now, have there been studies? Yeah. All studies done by state and local entities. None by the EPA or the Consumer Product Safety Division. They have done, Consumer Products and EPA have done studies as to what is an acceptable method to test aromatic and solid waste secretions, but they have made no decision whatsoever. I provided this council and this city with the most recent Yale analysis by the Environment and Human Health Organization. It's an organization of physicians and the public health professionals. And this study, and this is a quote from the president, this study should be give pause to all those schools, towns, and government agencies that have told the public that their fields are safe. Exposing toddlers, students, and athletes to these many chemicals, many at the same time, seems like incredibly irresponsible experiment in people's health and needs to come to an abrupt end. Now, I could go into any one of these studies that are on there, but what you all better be aware of is the EPD also controls water. And you have leaching off those fields of zinc, which negatively impacts the brain and the development of the brain, lead, and that's all upstream from your water intakes. And I told you about that. And you have done nothing to dredge those lines and have that the runoff from those fields up in Oxbow to go in downstream from the intakes to your water system. When are you going to do that? It's unbelievable that you're not trying to protect the people to get your own water. And the EPA was going to qualify your water plant, and I'm going to make sure that they know about those fields up there, because there's sufficient studies about the leaching of zinc as the crumb rubber gets broken down. And Sweden did an analysis that the more the fields are used, they break down even more. And these particles get aromatic. They get taken in by the kids. And they have high quantities of lead. And you all know what's going on up in Michigan with lead.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
I hope you don't mind. I didn't have another card, but I did fill one out earlier, and I'm kind of tired. But I applaud all of you for staying and hearing on this. I just wanted to make a comment about this, that I live behind East Roswell, or I'm sorry, my name is Jason Sabatino, 735 Danbridge Way, Roswell, Georgia. Thank you. So I live behind East Roswell Park, and I applaud the city for thinking ahead to put these beautiful fields in the park. I see them used every day. They're phenomenal. But obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's definitely a concern about how this rubber product is being used. My point stepping up here tonight is, yes, I'd like for you to, talk to whether it's the safety committee, the EPD, the whoever, but I'd also like the city to consider looking at, there are natural alternatives to this rubber product that can be retrofitted to the existing fields. I don't want to throw numbers out that I've seen on the internet because I don't know if that would be accurate or not, but I just like, for parks to take a look at that as an option. They're organic, they're made from coconut and rice husk and these types of products. I have 2 small children. I've spoken to you about them in the past, 11 and 8 years old. My 11-year-old has all of a sudden taken an incredible interest in football. And when you're playing on the line, you end up in the ground a lot. And I've noticed that this season quite a bit. And it's definitely a concern for me as a parent if my son plays on that type of field with all the evidence and what have you in the news. I don't know where this resolution goes, but I did want to just take the opportunity to ask if the city could please look at that. I sent by the way, I don't know if Mr. Zapata saw it yet, but I did send him earlier today a video of stormwater runoff from East Roswell Park onto my property that completely flooded my backyard with some of the recent storms. And after hearing what Mr. Fleck mentioned earlier tonight, I hadn't really thought about it before, but that really has me thinking, my kids are playing in the backyard. If there's runoff, it's a separate issue, but it plays into this whole thing. So if there's a natural alternative and the fields could be retrofitted, that could be a solution that I think a lot of people could get behind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Rogers, and I would like to tag to Mr. Sabatino, inquire about the natural crime. Did the department have the opportunity to find information and evaluate the possibility to use natural crime, even if this may be a more expensive solution?
If I understand your question, you're saying, do we have the ability to find that information out?
Did you already find out about this information? Do you have in file any information about natural crime?
Yeah.
And if how much more expensive will be this investment?
I can, as part of that, part of what I was was asked to do earlier was to do research on what's out, what possibilities out there, and what each of those costs are. And we'll certainly look at the natural, the ones that Mr. Sabatino was mentioning, the coconut shells and those kinds of. We'll look at all of the different alternatives and bring back the prices on all of those.
And then this leads me to another question. Does the city have currently a contract with a supplier of crumb rubber? If so, for how long and how much in dollar amount and quantity are we committed to?
No, we're not. We don't have a contract for they were put in with the fields, so we don't have any that we're going to put any back or anything. We don't have a contract with anybody right now.
Any other questions? Did we get a motion? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Which brings us to consideration of standing to appeal Historic Preservation Commission's grant of certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you, Mayor. On November 12th, the Historic Preservation Commission granted a certificate of appropriateness to Vickers at Canton Street and Woodstock Road, Thompson Place, for a mixed-use development. I received, and I think everybody on council at the time received, a letter from Stuart Teague, from Sally McKenzie asking to appeal that decision. Under the UDC, the appeal is from a denial of a certificate of appropriateness. So we go under the city code, which provides that, says any person or persons jointly or severally aggrieved by any decision of a board or commission, with the exception of a Board of Zoning Appeals, may within 30 days of the decision take an appeal to the Roswell City Council upon a payment of a $100 fee. For purposes of this section, an aggrieved party is one who demonstrates that his or her property will suffer special damage as a result of the decision complained of, rather than merely some damage that is common to all property owners and citizens similarly situated. After I received Mr. Teague's letter, I responded that, in my opinion, there was no standing to bring under our current code, no standing to bring the appeal. He has sent back a response saying that he believes this body is the appropriate body to make that decision, so I'm bringing that forward for your consideration.
So does the council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
So, Mr. Davidson, could you just clarify or walk me through really what this means? And what I mean by that, my question is in regards to, so I'm not a lawyer, I'm by no means an expert in these legal details. If I'm to vote in support of your legal opinion, or just to accept, I should say, if I'm to accept your legal opinion, is that making a stance saying that the plaintiff is not able to, am I saying just for, it's her, the plaintiff is just, I'm just accepting your opinion on that exact appeal, that exact issue that was being raised, or am I saying that there is no possible way that she could ever have a right to appeal for any breaking of the law, et cetera?
Basically, all you're doing is saying under our code, as it exists right now, she would either have standing or not have standing to bring the appeal.
And again, the definition of standing is a special relationship. We're saying not everyone in the city can appeal a zoning decision. You would have to be adjacent property or somehow
special damage.
If special damage, legally we're not aware of any special damage, and she's not adjacent to the property. So you're not deciding the merits of the appeal. You're simply saying, is that law? Do you agree with Mr. David's interpretation of the law?
Thank you.
So, questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
So just to clarify one more time, I mean, exactly what your ruling is that there is no special damage?
Correct. Under Georgia law, special damage is injury that's not common to other property owners similarly situated. There's been no claim of any special damage that's different than anybody else that's near the project, or I think she's a couple of streets over. The damage that she has claimed would be damage that's same to everybody in that general vicinity, so it's not any special damage to her property, in my opinion. But it's up to this council.
So your opinion is then because of that, there is no standing under our ordinance?
Under our ordinance, as it's currently drafted, that is correct. It's has nothing to do with the merits of the appeal. It's just whether she had standing to appeal.
Which is not just the way our ordinance is drafted, it's the general rule. Councilmember Orleans.
So, Mr. Davidson, what is it we need to do tonight as far as the motion is concerned?
Motion to affirm the opinion of the city attorney.
So
or disagree with the opinion of the city attorney, and
So moved.
find that you don't agree with his opinion. If you don't agree with his opinion, the effect would be you're saying you believe she has special damage.
I move for support of the city attorney's opinion.
Motion by Councilman Orleans to affirm the opinion of the city attorney. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Any further, anyone in the audience wish to be heard? Come forward, please.
Denise Rao, 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia, 30076. I want to read into the record a letter from James Stewart Teague, PC, Attorney at Law, January 25th, 2016. Mayor and City Council, City of Roswell. Historic Preservation Commission Certificate of Appropriateness for item number 201-504-088, considered at November 12th, 2015 meeting, Vickers Mixed Use Development, appeal of Sally McKenzie and Citizens for Responsible Development in Roswell, Inc. Dear Mayor and City Council, this letter is written on behalf of Sally McKenzie and Citizens for Responsible Development in Roswell, Inc., the appellants, regarding the item placed on the agenda for this evening and regarding the appeal of the decision of the Roswell Historic Preservation Commission, the HPC, on Certificate of Appropriateness, COA, application number 201-504-088, the application, in the regular meeting of the HPC on November 12, 2015. This letter is written to supplement a letter to you dated December 11, 2015. It is my understanding that appeal of the COA is on tonight's meeting agenda for consideration regarding whether the appellants have standing to pursue an appeal. Initially, please accept this letter as an obligation to any consideration of the matter at this hearing. The Zoning Procedures Law, OCGA 36-66-1, the ZPL, requires at least 15 days prior notice of any zoning decision. To the extent the standing decision is part of a zoning decision applying the design guidelines under the Unified Development Code, the UDC, the scheduling of this item as an ordinary agenda violates the ZPL. Decisions in violation of the ZPL are void, meaning no effect can be given to the COA by the developer in the event you continue with a decision on this item. In addition, the appellants in this matter do possess standing under the law to dispute the issuance of the COA. First, the developer waived any objection to standing by the appellants by not raising the issue of standing before the HPC. The matter of standing under the UDC to contest a decision under a historic preservation ordinance may be waived if not raised before the administrative body. Druid Hills Civic Association versus Buckler, 328 Georgia, App 485-214. This dispute is between the developer and the appellants, and the city may not raise the issue of standing sua sponte on behalf of the developer in aid of its COA. Second, the appellants are adversely affected within the intended meaning of the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines in the UDC. Sally McKenzie, a member of the association with whom she has joined in pursuit of this appeal, owns property in the Historic Preservation District within the city and is not situated like other citizens who do not own property in the district. The manner in which the HPC failed to apply the design guidelines affects her value and enjoyment of her property in that she will not enjoy the protections of the design guidelines. In addition, the intended standing requirement of the historic preservation provisions of the UDC were not intended to be as restrictive as the standing requirement to challenge a rezoning. Historic preservation involves the protection of historic values in the city, and strict standing requirements would be difficult or impossible for any citizens to meet. The historic designation provisions of the UDC are part of a local implementation of the purpose and intent of the Georgia Historic Preservation Act, and these provisions were enacted under state law to stimulate the revitalization of central business districts in this state's municipalities to protect and enhance this state's historical and aesthetic attractions to tourists and visitors, and thereby promote and stimulate business in this state's cities and counties. OCGA 44-10-21. The standards were not intended to coordinate the mixture of land uses in the same nature as zoning classifications. Once a historic district has been adopted, each person owning property within the historic district is entitled to notice and an opportunity to be heard with regard to COAs issued within the historic district. The law states as follows. Within 30 days immediately following the adoption of the ordinance, the owners and occupants of each designated historic property and the owners and occupants of each structure, site, or work of art located within a designated historic district shall be given written notification of such designation by the local governing body, which notice shall apprise said owners and occupants of the necessity for obtaining a certificate of appropriateness prior to undertaking any material change in the appearance of the historic property designated or within the historic district designated. OCGA 44-10-26. Accordingly, the state enabling statute specifically recognizes that each property owner within the historic district has an interest in COAs issued with the historic district. The law recognizes that changes within the historic district affect other properties and the protection of other properties in the district. The failure to follow the procedures for enforcement of and standing to enforce the UDC design guidelines in the context of the proposed structures at issue, in this case, constitutes a violation of the appellant's right to due process and equal protection of the laws under the Georgia Constitution of 1983, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 1, and Article 1, Section 1. Paragraph 2, and the appellant's right under the ZPL. As such, the grant of the original COA is void, and any person acting under the grant will do so in contravention of law. Sincerely, James Stewart Teague, PC.
Mr. Davidson, is there anything in that letter that gives you pause or changes your opinion on the lack of standing to appeal?
Absolutely not.
Does the appellant have the right to appeal the decision of this council or take it to Superior Court if they wish?
They can absolutely appeal to the Superior Court if they wish to do so.
Other questions? We have a motion and a second. Yes, come forward, please. I'm sorry, I missed you. Love to hear from you.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sally.
This is one of our longest meetings.
Oh, wow. My name is Sally McKenzie, and I reside at 47 Goulding Place. First of all, I would like to express my disappointment that I was not notified that I was on the agenda. I found it online on Friday night. Seems like that right there is,
I apologize.
problem. Apology is really kind of unacceptable. Honestly, I'm appealing. I have a right to be heard.
I won't apologize, but I will say I'm sorry that you weren't notified. Because it would have been, we should have notified you. I acknowledge that.
Okay.
We should have been notified.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Would you like this to come back for another meeting after you've had more time to prepare?
I would like for you to reconsider this later.
If you would like, we'll defer this until your attorney can be here.
I'll go ahead and speak now, but I would like for you to reconsider my ability to appeal, yes.
Well,
so I will speak and then we'll talk.
I would support putting this back on the agenda so you would have more notice. But if you'd rather make us make a decision tonight,
I'm here now. It's 12:30. I'm gonna go ahead and talk.
I will give you as much time as you want.
And then you can decide what you want to do after that.
You have as much time as you want to talk.
Thank you. I will try to keep it brief. It is late. So in his letter to our attorney regarding the Vickers appeal, Mr. Davidson said that we did not have standing. He based his decision on our appeals. He based his decision on our appeals ordinance, which reads in part, "An aggrieved party is one who demonstrates that his or her property will suffer special damage as a result of the decision complained of, rather than merely some damage that is common to all property owners." Mr. Davidson went on to use a zoning case decision as the basis to define special damages as, quote, "injury not common to all property owners similarly situated," end quote. He also said that I do not have adjoining property and that in my appeal I did not claim that there would be special damage to my property due to the granting of this certificate of appropriateness. Therefore, I am not aggrieved and I do not have standing. If this were a zoning appeal, perhaps this would be correct. However, this appeal is based on state preservation law and local ordinances and guidelines. State preservation law is different from zoning law. Our local appeals ordinance lumps preservation appeals in with other appeals, and therein lies the problem. It does not adhere to the spirit or intent of the Georgia Historic Preservation Act. It is not in accordance with it, and it should not be upheld. Let me further explain why. I am not appealing regarding an economic or specific property damage interest. I am appealing regarding a specific interest, which is the preservation of the character, significance, and value, both aesthetic and real, of our historic district. This interest is protected by law. According to the State Historic Preservation Act, our local ordinance, the Historic Preservation Commission must issue a certificate of appropriateness based on guidelines. These guidelines are based on mass, scale, context, character, architectural compatibility, and compatibility with the streetscape and neighborhood. So let me ask you this. If I am appealing on a preservation-based concern, why must I have property next door to the development? How on earth does that forward the cause of preservation? Actually, it goes against it. Why do I need to have property next door to a proposed development if my interest is in protecting our historic district, which is protected by the Georgia Historic Preservation Act? They clash. This ordinance is not in accordance with our State Preservation Act. I want to read this from the official Georgia Code, Department of Natural Resources, Section 12. Persons are aggrieved or adversely affected where the challenged action has caused or will cause them injury in fact, and where the injury is to an interest within the zone of interests to be protected or regulated by the statutes. Injury in fact and zone of interests. Injury in fact is defined as an invasion of a legally protected interest, which is concrete and particularized ... Zone of interests. Interest refers to the class or type of interests that are protected by a statute or the Constitution. In order to challenge a ruling, the party has to prove that the loss or injury suffered falls under the particular zone of interests that the specific statute protects. My interest is in the protection of the historic district. In my case, this means I am adversely affected because the challenged action of the HPC threatens my legally protected interest, which is the preservation of the historic district. That's pretty much it. That is all, as I see it, and my attorney sees it, that is required to appeal a preservation-based concern according to our state act. Therefore, our local ordinance is not in accordance with it and is actually a real threat to the meaning and intent of our preservation laws. I had the opportunity to communicate with James K. Reap and Melvin B. Hill, two prominent Georgia preservation attorneys and activists. Mr. Reap made this statement regarding our appeal ordinance. The clear language of the Georgia Historic Preservation Act allows for broad appeals, as Professor Hill, who, by the way, wrote the act, will tell you. Your city is trying to make the appeals process for the HPC like that of zoning, which is much stricter. Historic preservation is not zoning under Georgia law. Zoning is governed by the Zoning Procedures Act, and preservation is governed by the Historic Preservation Act. So that's all I have to say. You can vote. I understand that if you need to vote tonight on this, you can, but I would request that you revisit our local ordinance to determine if indeed it is legal or in accordance with the State Preservation Act. Because if it's not, I don't think that you are necessarily sworn to uphold an ordinance that is not legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? We have a motion and a second to affirm the opinion of the city attorney. Any further discussion? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Would Mr. Davidson help us in commenting on that?
I do have an email, I guess it's to Ms. McKenzie, from the DNR Historic Preservation Division. that basically says the Historic Preservation Division, which is the DNR state, has concluded our review of the Roswell City Ordinance for compliance with the Georgia Historic Preservation Act. Again, please note that HPD is not an enforcement agency and does not offer legal opinions or advice. Based on our review and advice from our legal counsel, we conclude that the Roswell City Code is in compliance with the GHPA. Thank you for your engagement in the community, and we appreciate your involvement. So the state has said that our ordinance is in compliance. I'm not saying it might not need to be changed, but at this time, our ordinance is our ordinance, and it is in compliance.
I would again ask that you further revisit that one more time.
Councilmember Palermo.
Would it be possible, Mr. Davidson, I don't know if it'd be with your legal group or with our community development group, would it be possible, unrelated, well, related to tonight, but separate from tonight, having a look to see both what other historic towns are doing or other ways to ensure the maximum compliance with Georgia state law, just as a understanding?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Any further discussion before we take a vote? Councilmember Orleans.
So, Mr. Davidson, you still feel that your opinion is best legal opinion for the city and moving forward?
Based on our ordinances now, yes.
Okay, and it's, the reason for motion is, for me, not being an attorney, I would depend on our legal department and our attorney, city attorney, to make that determination. So that's the purpose of my motion, because I would ask him his opinion and follow his opinion to begin with, unless we decided to go out and hire legal counsel outside.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a vote? Motion to affirm the decision of the city attorney. All in favor? That would be Orleans, Horton, Eigelhart, Diamond. That's unanimous. We have a decision. Mr. Davidson, I believe you probably, I'm not going to give you an opinion, but I think you probably have 30 days to appeal. If you need a written confirmation of this opinion, we should have it when? If your attorney's looking for the written opinion, we'll have it.
He has a copy of my written
I remember
opinion.
when we had this issue with the billboard case.
He has a copy of my written opinion, and then the minutes will be done, you know, the brief minutes will be done shortly, within a couple of days, I would imagine.
All right, we have a recommendation. Oh, discussion of conflict opinion regarding Downtown Development Authority. I appreciate you folks staying this long. We're there. Mr. Davidson, you would lead the discussion.
Thank you. I was asked to render a legal opinion regarding whether there is a conflict of interest with the directors of the DDA having development interest or ownership of property in the Grove Way area, specifically as it relates to the Roswell Plaza Shopping Center, which the city does now own, by the way. We have closed. I have opined that there is no conflict of interest for either Dave Schmidt or Randy Schultz, which were the two I was requested to opine on. And any kind of agreement between the city and the DDA is a proper intergovernmental agreement for legal purposes.
We're looking for an affirmation of that opinion?
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions regarding the opinion? Councilmember Palermo.
Is there, Mr. Davidson, is there any specific information you feel we should be aware of why it may or may not be in question, or is that outside the scope of this conversation?
Well, I will tell you my first reason to question why anybody raised the question is because this is a volunteer organization in which the DDA members receive no monetary remuneration, either from service or from the transactions. So it's hard to see how there's a conflict of interest when you're not making money on the deal. That's just my perspective.
I believe it was more for the members of the DDA's comfort. that the council would agree that there is no conflict, more so than anything. It was not a concern of mine.
Sure, and in your review and in your legal opinion, what was your process, or what did you look at to come to that decision?
Well, I looked at the state law. One of the requirements of being a member, or some of the members of the DDA, is that they have an interest. I'll read it to you. It says, not less than 4 of the directors of the DDA having qualifications, basically that they live in the city, shall be persons who in the judgment of the governing body of the municipal corporation either have or represent a party who has economic interest in the redevelopment and revitalization of the downtown development area. To me, that pretty much closed the door on any discussion. They're required to have an interest, an economic interest in the downtown development area. So the fact that they own property a block over, 500 feet away, 10 feet away, that would be appropriate. So there is no conflict unless they own the property that we bought.
And then, and kind of just part of my question now that I think about it, of where I think I'm going with it, is it public record, out of curiosity, or something that you looked at, of just seeing exactly what they do own, just so there's no question on the, at least transparency, realizing that the requirement requires a conflict?
That is in the packet.
Excellent.
So it is public record.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion? Councilmember Orleans, is that a motion or question?
Move to accept the legal opinion of our city attorney regarding the conflict of interest.
Lack of any conflict.
Or lack of any conflict of interest regarding the Downtown Development Authority.
Motion by Councilman Orleans to affirm the second by Councilmember Horton. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Do we need to go to closure tonight, or is this an optional closure tonight?
Mine's optional, I don't know that.
We have some litigation matters that we.
But do we need to, can we postpone this decision?
We're having a special call meeting Wednesday.
Let's do it
We can do it on
Wednesday.
Wednesday. We can do that on Wednesday.
We're adjourned. No special call meeting. No closure. And this is why.